So good afternoon, everyone. I see that everyone has pretty much taken their seats. So before we start, we see the QR code of Slido. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this system. On Slido, we have a question. So that would be a practice exercise for you to play a bit with Slido and to see how it works. So please try to log in and look at the question. At the end of my welcome and introductions, we will briefly go back to the Slido outcome to kind of, and the question is concerning the experience that you have with the design certification of drones, let's say. So that will be an interesting question to see what level of experiences we have inside this room today. We don't have any online participation. Also, personally, I don't like online meetings in that sense, and it makes it so much easier for us. And it's good to see you here all in person, which also allows networking and the likes. So it is a real pleasure to be opening this important workshop. Other points to highlight are the logistics. So the restrooms are in fact through that door there, and they're actually just around the corner there, so it's quite close. We have plenty of breaks. In the breaks, we have coffee in the back of this room, and we have it in the lobby, in the foyer area. Tomorrow is the same. For your phones, I would kindly ask you to put them at least on silent. Obviously, you need it for Slido, the phone, so silent would be perfect. And the last but not least, emergency-wise, if there is an issue, there's no drills planned today, but in the back of the room you see the green escape path there, and generally the practice drills, which are not planned for today, but they will make sure that you get ushered out of this building to the reverse side of the EASA building, and you assemble on the top of the parking lot that is there. So just keep that in your mind. There's nothing planned today, so should that happen, outside the rooms here, and then you'll be ushered towards that parking lot. Then some ground rules as regards the workshop itself. So in terms of questions, so clearly we have Slido, which is a very useful tool, as you might know yourself, to pose questions, but also for the audience to actually rate the questions. So the more popular questions go on top, and this will also help the experts in the room to prioritize the most wanted questions, let's say, in the room. That does not mean that you cannot pose questions verbally. We will try to also accommodate those. Of course, the timing is very important for us, so we'll make sure that there are those moments possible, but once the time is up, we have to move on to the next session. This will also be done quite quickly. In terms of confidentiality, we will be recording this session, but what we're going to do, we're going to only publish the actual presentations, and the Q&As will not be published. So that means basically that you have, and we hope that this would help you to engage fully with us in a kind of a safe space area, two-way communication. We would really welcome your engagement into this session. So rest assured, it is recorded, but it's only the presentations that will end up publicly, let's say. And that was what I wanted to mention about the ground rules. So obviously this workshop, we have a variety of audience members here. We have obviously the authorities, regulators in the room, industry. We have also European as well as outside of European. I'm told that the Japanese delegations here. So it shows the outreach of this topic or this workshop today. The workshop would not have been possible, of course, without the work of the EASA team behind the scenes. So I would say special thanks to Antonio Marchetto, who will also be facilitating between the sessions, and also Stefan Reunig, who the two of them together were kind of leading the preparations and will contribute to this workshop. But of course, there's a wider EASA team behind, so I should also thank that team, as well as some of the external supporters to the workshop, who are from the LBA, the German authority, Tobias Munch, and from the DLR, Jean-Daniel Silberg. So I mentioned already that there was an overwhelming interest, so we will record. We also intend to have this same or a further streamlined session based on experience of today, because it's the first time we're doing this kind of workshop on this topic. To have another session next year, and if that proves successful, then we'll continue doing that probably on an annual basis. So obviously the workshop offers an exchange possibilities. It's a way to experience and network between us. It's also an opportunity to connect with the EASA team in the room today. And as I said before, I actively promote you engaging with us during this workshop. So maybe to take a few steps back, I think it should be noted that this year, 2026, marks the 5 years of implementation of the EU regulatory framework. We've seen quite a steady and tangible progress, and we now have quite a robust and credible regulatory framework underpinned by SORA, which is opening the economy, safer operations, new services entering the market. And we have a growing culture of safety and professionalism in an area which is still fairly new. So not everyone is so familiar with aviation in this domain, but surely but steadily we are growing in this area. So we're now actually in the phase of active implementation, and we are continuously working to support and facilitate the expansion of drone operations in Europe. We as EASA are obviously highly committed to continue collaboration across stakeholders to further streamline and simplify the framework. The team will touch upon that at the start today. And we continue to support implementation, which in fact this workshop is part of implementation. So to delve a bit deeper into this workshop, it is about the drones, the safe operation of drones, which in the first instance relies on a well-prepared, coordinated and responsive operator organization, which values and prioritizes safety culture at all levels, robust and tested operational procedures, remote crew adequately trained for the operation, and last but not least, and this is the focus of the workshop today, safe and reliable drones. So proportionality is paramount in the European regulation. I mentioned the SORA already. The specific category in particularly is very supportive of applying a proportionate approach towards the operational risk in the specific CONOPSs that we're seeing. So as regards to the agenda today, there is some thought went into that, clearly. As I mentioned, we start with a bit of an update on regulatory rulemaking activities, including the simplification. And then we will, over the 2 half days that we have, we will look at design compliance, of course, for drones in the medium risk. We look at SIL 3, which is more following a declarative approach. So that will be the first half of well, it will be today, basically. And then tomorrow, we move into the more SIL 4 higher risks that are covered by the EASA DVR. And a reason also for setting up this workshop was there was a lot of requests about understanding better the DVR process in that sense. So really this, especially tomorrow, we'll touch upon this process. We'll try to explain it to you in the hope that that will be useful for you going forward. So with all that, I'm confident that this workshop will deliver important takeaways for industry and authorities alike, and we count on your interactive participation. I thank you for your attention and wish you a fruitful and informative workshop. And before we continue, I will just try to show a little bit what it is that your relationship with the UAS design compliance is right now. So we have quite a number of consultants, maybe their authorities, curiosity, that's good to see. It's always nice to see this kind of the ways that Slido can be used nowadays. So very good. So I think with this, I give the floor to my colleague Giuseppe and Lino to present, and then followed by Antonio to connect the sessions together. Thank you.
Abbiamo salvato un'altra versione, c'è un'altra versione.
Ah, un'altra?
Sì, sempre la stessa cartella, l'altra versione.
Dai 1, questo?
Sì.
Quella che vuole?
La 2.
Ah, il mio cellulare.
Esattamente, quindi te lo puoi prendere. I need to stop sharing slide or I go, no, I go directly in share mode.
You start the presentation.
It should be automatically. Good, excellent. So, good afternoon. Welcome to Cologne. Also from my side, my name is Giuseppe Scanapico. I'm the section manager of the Innovative Air Mobility Policy and Regulation. I have in my team, I'm coordinating a team of experts that are in charge of developing the regulatory framework applicable for the operations and certification of drones. And today, with my colleague Natale, we will provide you a general update on where we are in terms of rulemaking activities, what we have achieved over the past months, and what is ahead of us, try to give you an overview of the big picture. And then before you start digging into the details of the presentations that will come over the next today and tomorrow. So this planning looks only at the part for the open and specific category. So I will not be presenting anything that is related to the certified category of operations or anything about VTOL. This workshop is exclusively dedicated for drones in the specific category, and therefore this is what we have so far achieved or we are working on. If you remember, we published Q3 last year in EASA decisions containing AMC and guidance material, which is introducing the new SORA 2.5 methodology developed by JARUS. It's the Europeanization of the SORA methodology. And this year, our current focus is mostly on two main domains. So one side, the simplification part, and on the other side is the security related package. You will hear more the details from my colleague Lino in a while. Bottom line, we are targeting to propose or to submit to the Commission an opinion by mid-September, so after the summer holidays, with the proposal to amend regulations 945, 947 to accommodate two main measures, one on the simplification and the other one on the security aspects. The security are coming, well, both elements are coming as a part of the, let's say, leadership and governance that is coming to us by the Commission, but in particular, the security package is driven by the drone and counter-drone action plan, which was published by the Commission in February this year. So you will see there are a series of measures that are embedded as several parts of the regulation to enforce certain elements supporting the security aspects of the regulation. And that's for 2026. It's already quite a big, let's say, a big task which we're working on, and which will be followed by a series of other activities or initiatives in the years to come. For those of you that are in the domain since a while, you may remember that in 2024, we published for consultation an MPA, which was addressing the AMC and guidance material for the initial and continuing airworthiness of drones that are subject to certification, but still operated in the specific category, so mainly SAIL 5 and SAIL 6. These AMC and guidance material were meant to provide support to the implementation of the changes that were introduced in the Part 21 framework under the regulations 2024 10.8 and 10.10 that became applicable in 2025, and also the continuing airworthiness framework which was established under regulations 2024 1107 and 1109. So there is a set of AMC and guidance material that we have consulted back in 2024. So we have your feedback already. We have addressed all the feedback that you submitted to us. Nevertheless, due to, let's say, constraints in terms of priorities and availability of experts to work to finalize the actual document, we had, and the other priorities that were allocated in the meantime, we had to postpone the publication of the decision. So, and now we have replanned this decision, the publication of this decision beginning of next year. Then to complement the simplification and security package, so we are going to propose the changes to the regulations 945 and 947 by Q3 this year, and they will be followed by an MPA with the supporting AMC guidance material in Q2 2027. In the meantime, if the discussion at the Commission goes with the expected pace, the regulation should be in the meantime finalized and blessed by the Commission, and by the expected entry into force or applicability of the regulation, we should have already a mature AMC guidance material to support implementation. So we're gonna publish an MPA next year around this period of the year. We will go through the standard process for consultation, 3 months, and then we will review the comments. So which means that a decision might be expected not earlier than 2028. In the meantime, we're also going to focus on another important piece of amendment of the regulation. And therefore, we are planning to publish another MPA, Q4 2027, with proposed changes to 945 and 947 to accommodate a series of topics that we wanted to originally address in the package that we are just working on this year, but we had to deprioritize. Otherwise, the package would have been too complex, too burdensome, and we would not have had the sufficient agility to dedicate on to focus on those on the key elements of simplification and security. So, the MPA that we are targeting for the end of next year will focus on a series of important topics. One is to establish and try to simplify as much as possible the competency of remote pilot in the specific category. There are some elements that we are already trying to introduce in the current package, but the full amendment, the full, let's say, framework will come at a later stage. We also try to clarify the implications on the elements that are associated to the light UAS operator certificate, and what are going to be the privileges, specifically trying to address the needs of flight test organizations that may enjoy the privileges of LUC. We're also going to develop or consolidate in one part of the regulation the authority requirements, which are also important for the oversight and all the responsibilities that are allocated to the authorities. And to complement, another important element which today is missing is we're going to work on developing the so-called in-service framework. So what we call the in-service framework is a series of measures meant to address everything. So all the operations that today will be categorized between SAIL 1 and SAIL 4, and to address all the elements that are related to operations, configurations, control, requirements on the organizations, continuing of worthiness, that today are not yet addressed, trying to implement in a proportionate manner the principles that today already apply for manned aviation, and to bridge properly this framework with the framework that we have already established in the context of 2024 1107 and 1109. So this is also going to be another important task. So we will publish an MPA. We will go for the standard consultation process, so 3 months public consultation, and then it will take us a while because it's going to be let's say a big MPA with a lot of comments. We expect that will deserve its time. So you should expect a publication of the opinion not earlier than more or less 1 year, 9 to 12 months later than that. So this is the overall picture. So there is a lot. Of course, as you may understand, so the domain is quite dynamic. The regulations are new, and we are trying to together to collect the feedback, the experience of the initial implementations, and try to simplify where possible, and based also on the available operational data that would support this kind of efforts. That's all on my side. I will leave the floor then now to my colleague for the second part.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm Natalie Rubon, Drone Project Manager in EASA, sometimes called as Lino. So you can use one or the other. Short name is Lino, is okay. So very quick, I would like to go through the simplification and security requirements, which are giving you an overview also of what was discussed yesterday in the focus consultation meeting. We were working very hardly in the last couple of months to try to provide measures that may support you as industry to have a simplified approach, especially for lower risk, and also introduce also the security requirements. So the topic that we tried to address was reduce the involvement of the authority for the operation up to Sale 3, and so also then reduce the cost and burden for the operator. And so we were using the inputs that we received from all the stakeholders in the survey that was published by EASA last year, that was asking for input on simplification in all domains. But also we established already a simplification task force between the aviation authorities and industry. When I say industry, EASA, as you may know, activated now, I think almost 2 years ago, what we call the Drone Community Steering Group. This is an advisory body that is what we normally use to receive support that is dedicated to drones only. And we have associations that are meeting us every 3 months, more or less. But we have then regular discussion outside of these formal meetings. So I invite all of you, if you are not part of any European level association, please join them, because this is the only way where EASA can interface with so many operators and manufacturers, and we cannot deal with independently one-on-one. And especially for manufacturer is something that we want to help growing. Is important that the European manufacturer especially will grow in this sector. So please try to find a way to interface with EASA through one of these associations. And then also was another part was the security. So the security was we implemented the elements that were introduced by the European Commission with the counter UAS document that was published in February of this year. So going to what are the main changes? Let's start for the security. So the security, we are going to extend the registration of the US operator, only US operator, not registration of drone, but registration of the US operator whenever they are using a drone more than 100 grams. This applies mostly to the open category, because with the specific category is already the case. And is an exclusion when an operator using a tethered drone. And in addition, all drones above 100 grams must have a direct remote identification, independently if it's the open, specific, privately built. And these drones must also have a function that will inhibit the takeoff in case there is no valid drone operator registration number uploaded. These are security measures that were requested by different security forces, then were collected by the Commission, and were provided by input from EASA. So there was a discussion yesterday. We know that some elements of the industry are they consider it is not proportionate. But yesterday, so the Commission confirmed that for security, This is something essential. So direct remote identification should be one element, simple to be implemented, and both in terms of system on the drone and the system to receive this information, because it needs to support security and public, so all persons. So whenever someone sees a drone that is in front of their window and is spying, they need to have a simple app that may detect the information, then go to the police and show that it was someone that was flying in that area. So this was confirmed, and so this moment we are going to proceed in this direction. So this will apply to open category, specific category. There was a discussion on model aircraft. Now, today we are not going to address model aircraft. And for those drones that are today on the market, then there is a simplification. So then we will not require those that are on the market to be implemented with this function to prevent takeoff, because it will be too complicated. We will just ask that from 2031, they need to have an add-on on the drone that will emit direct remote identification only. Okay, so actually, it was on this slide, sorry. So this is the timeline for the implementation. So all legacy drone will continue to fly without any need for having this function that will prevent to take off. But from 2031, they need to have an add-on. And this add-on will only be for drones that are about 900 grams, because adding an add-on on a smaller drone will be technically not feasible. This is for the open category. For the specific category, there will be a similar approach. So starting from next year, all drones used in an authorization and then having a weight more than 100 grams, they need to have a direct remote identification. So the network will not be enough to address the security elements. Network identification is only used when you are flying in the use space. So then this means that whenever an operator is flying in use space, they need to have also network identification to receive the service of the use space. But direct is something for security, and the security authority, they were very clear. They want to have something independent from a network. They should always be available. This is why direct is always mandatory. So if you have an authorization, then you can continue to operate without having this function until 2031. But then starting from 2031, then you need at least to have the add-on like in the open category. There was also a proposal to introduce geo-awareness, but yesterday at the end we decided to remove the changes that are proposed to extend the geo-awareness to other than C1, C2, C3 like today. So today, we keep the geo-awareness as it is today. The reason is that there will be some simplification also on the use space part. So we may simplify the deployment of use space. So this means that in more area we may have a use space where only few services are provided, but so you will receive we will be informed regarding the evolution of use space maybe in another session, because it will take some more time. But then the geo-awareness service of use space may then satisfy the need of geo-awareness. Then we can simplify from a drone point of view, not requiring for the specific category any geo-awareness requirements, but find a way to rely more on a simplified and the cheaper service of the use space. So geo-awareness requirements will be removed from our final opinion. So this was the changes in the security. Regarding the simplification, we made very limited changes to the open category. So mostly, we changed the name just to, or better, not change the name. We clarified in the name the three category: A1 that are fly over people, A2 near people, A3 far from people, just to simplify the understanding. And there were limited changes proposed that also yesterday was accepted. The main change is that in A3, it will be allowed to drop material that's not dangerous good. So you can drop material, not dangerous good. I mean that, for example, if you are going to spray some dangerous good, then this will not be allowed in the open category. So few changes in the open category, because the big simplification will be in the standard scenario that we will see in the next slide. So since the standard scenario allow an operator to still operate just with a simple declaration, so we were considering that expanding too much the open category could then not be proportionate. So you might remind that the difference between open category and standard scenario is that open category, you don't have any pre-authorization, pre-verification from the authority, but not even any notification to the authority. The authority neither knows where the open category is happening or who is doing open category operation, and there is no oversight from the competent authority of the open category. Instead, the standard scenario, still there is no pre-authorization, so you can just declare compliance, send the declaration to the authority, and then immediately start the operation, so very quick to start. But at least the authority, they know that you are doing an operation in the standard scenario, and you will be under the oversight of the competent authority. The competent authority will conduct a risk-based oversight. This means that will identify which operator they may conduct more risky operation, and they will start to do the oversight first with those operators that are conducting more risky operation, and then little by little to go to the other. So this is why the simplification focus more on how to expand the standard scenario, and you will see in the next slide. So here, other than dropping material in the tree, the rest is very limited. And we clarified better the tethered requirements that are in C3 and C2. You can see here that these are the changes. It was one of the input, is more based on the feedback that we received from the field. And another big change is that we are proposing that for C3, the use of notified body to verify compliance with the requirement of C3 is not anymore mandatory. So the notified body will only be kept for C1 and C2, but for C3, manufacturer will be allowed to declare compliance. And this was maybe also something that I would like to have a feedback in these days for you on the challenge that you are facing to declare compliance with the market regulation. So today, you can only declare compliance with C5 and C6, tomorrow also with the C3. We are receiving sometimes a feedback by the manufacturer that is too complicated. This is something that at this moment we don't understand why, and will be important. I know that you need to, but the module A means that you declare compliance. So declare compliance, so there is no additional burden from you without a notified body. So now the change that were introduced. So we want to simplify up to cell 3. This means that for the competent authority, when they receive a request for authorization, they should check that the SORA that is proposed by the operator is conducted in the right way, so meaning that the mitigation are correct and the final sale are correct. But then, based on the sale, they may accept just declaration of the evidence that you are complying with the different operation safety objective or the mitigation. So in cell 1 and cell 2, they should just accept evidence without receiving them. In cell 3, the only thing that the authority should check is the operation manual from the operator. And then cell 4 and higher, instead we're talking about higher risk operation, they should check almost everything. So they should check more. So in this way, they should have a simplified approach for those operations that are in lower sale. Now, you will see that the majority of the operation classified in SAIL 1 and 2 will be covered by standard scenario. But still, there may be some operations that maybe are not covered by standard scenario and are still SAIL 2, so they will go through the authorization. So also for that one, the authority should be able to have a simplified path to give aviation authorization. So we propose to amend the standard scenario like here. So standard scenario 1 that we already have is expanded. So to remove the current limitation that you need to fly over controlled ground area, you will see how will be the expansion, similar for standard scenario 2. And then we have a new simplified standard scenario that will be dedicated for agriculture. So the main principle behind is that we have a limited number of manufacturers, order of hundreds, maybe several hundreds of manufacturers of drones. On the other side, we have a very large number, order of millions. Today we have 2.3 million operators that are acting in Europe. So we need to try to find a way to simplify who are the largest stakeholders. And also to consider that several times the operator is a single person, company. So then it will be difficult to have a lot of skills from this person. While instead manufacturer, I think it will be very complicated for you to have one single person that is able to design and produce a drone. So we consider that most of you are then organization. So this means that we are going to give you more responsibility to the manufacturer, and we will see how. So the enabler to this big simplification is that we are gaining the information of the 5-year experience, and also the fact that SORA 2.5 now give us, at least for the ground risk part, a way to standardize the assessment of the risk. So we have a population density map that are published already on our website, even if it's still a prototype, and we are working with the different authorities to have them final. So what is the requirements that we ask to the manufacturer? So we ask you to, when you design the drone, you can calculate the critical area. I hope that you are familiar with this term that is defined in SORA. So we have a function that is also available on our website, how to calculate the critical area of the drone. So, and this makes more performance based also the requirements. Then you can define if your drone is able or not to penetrate a structure. Today, according to SORA, all drones below 25 kilos, we consider that they have a low energy that don't penetrate a structure. But we have a study that is going on with CSAR that hopefully will be made available in the next couple of months, where we may use to identify maybe a higher threshold, and then depending also on what kind of structure we are talking about, if the building is concrete, wood, or not. So we put something that we allow you to identify if what kind of structure this drone is not able to penetrate. Then you may decide if your drone has or not a technical mitigation. So M2, called M2 in SORA. So like, for example, a parachute that needs to be compliant with the MoC 2512. Then also, you may decide if your drone will have a basic or medium level of containment. If medium containment, then it's MoC 2512. Then you can do all the math of SORA and identify what is the maximum population density at which the drone may be operated. Then this information will be written in the manufacturing instruction. And what the operator will do? The operator, then they don't need to know anything about SORA. They just need to open your manufacturing instruction, understand the limitation. They need to write their operation manual, most probably using several elements or maybe referring to your manufacturing instruction. Then just submit a declaration and identify through the maps that are available on the EASA website or provided by the member states where there are the conditions in terms of ground risk that the drone may be operated, and then just start the operation. So that's just very quickly operation. So So what is excluded? We are talking about here sale to operation. So naturally, all operation having a residual arc B, more than arc B, are excluded. So we're talking about only operation below 120 meters. We're excluding operation using drone with high level of automation because we always want to have a remote pilot capable to take control of the aircraft. We are not able yet to standardize this activity. So we already have some operation we know that are conducted like that, but it's too early to put in a standard scenario. Then we may consider in the future. We exclude some technical solution where we have limited experience, like, for example, use of onboard sensor to assess presence of people. Also here, we don't have yet a standardized approach, so these are excluded. And the operator may even use then population density, dynamic population density tool. So the three standard scenario are 0.1. This is the limit in terms of population density at which they can use. So we are just applying all the elements that are allowed by SORA 2.5. And then, depending on the availability of the sheltering, so if your drone can penetrate or not, if you have a parachute, so an M2, then you can identify that your drone can be operated up to 50,000 people per square kilometer. This will apply, for example, when a drone is less than 1 meter, or better, when you have a critical area less than 6.5 square meter. So this is something that at the end is very simple at the end to identify what are the limitation. And in reality, we have a function on the Innovative Air Mobility Hub that already does this activity. So we may even introduce the possibility that when you register your drone into the database that we have already in our website, then the system will automatically tell you what are the maximum population density at which your drone may be operated. Then you can just transfer this information in the manufacturing instructions. So SORA 2.5 really allows to have an identification of the different elements, so can be standardized. Similar approach is for the ground risk. So for the ground risk, the standard scenario 2, where now there is one mitigation less that we can use according to SORA 2.5, because the standard scenario 2 is for BVLOS, so the pilot doesn't have the area in sight of you. So then operation can be allowed up to 5,000 people per square kilometer. The most challenging part is how to address the air risk in standard scenario 2 that is for BVLOS. So, because you know that SORA 2.5 at this moment was not yet improved from the air risk point of view. SORA 3.0 will come, but will come not before next year. So we identified some possibility for operator to declare compliance with the standard scenario using approaches that may valid all over Europe. And what are these approaches? If you are flying in uncontrolled airspace, using observers, so you have a number of observers that are scattered in the operational volume. However, it's quite complicated. Yeah, it's very effective, but then you need to employ a number of observers. Or maybe fly close to obstacle. So if you want to do linear inspection of power lines, of railways, whatever. So, and you are flying so below 15 meters, for example, from the linear inspection. Then is also something that may be allowed all over Europe. We don't have any problem. Or if you're flying in U space, where U space will be deployed, or in area that is segregated only for your use. So but since we know that some member states, they are identifying some peculiar way to enable BVLOS operation until the full use space will not be available, we added the last part so that member state may identify national conditions where you may operate. I'll give you an example. In Germany, there is the German authority, they verify that there is a large number of general aviation in Germany that are equipped with a FLARM or a DSB. So if drones, they have a module on board that will detect this information, then you can do BVLOS operations safely in Germany. But it's not the case in other European nations, where it's a very small number of general aviation are equipped with this kind of system. So this is an example of national peculiar local condition that may be provided. So last standard scenario 03 is agriculture. So we want to have something very simple for agriculture operation that should be so only for VLOS. At this moment we are proposing with a small drone up to 5 meters and 750 kilograms. We had a question in the MPA, and at the end there was someone that was asking lower, someone that was asking higher. So this means that these are good numbers. And so we are talking about very low level operation up to 20 meters. Maybe someone was asking to go to 30 meters. Yeah, we can go 30 meters. But only for operations that are used for agriculture, horticulture, and forestry activity. There was a comment, maybe we can expand to fishery or other kind of similar operation. But we want to make sure that this standard scenario is not used in general. It's only used for those kind of operations where we know that are done in area where the population density is very low, because we are using this approach. So we are not asking the manufacturer to calculate the population density value which you can use. We are saying that it should always be operated in an area where the operator can reasonably expect that no one is present. For example, if I'm a farmer, I know that in my field there is no one, or better. And when I'm doing a spray with the tractor, so I'm making sure that there is no one, and if I'm doing with the drone, will be the same. So in this way, we'll apply the same procedures that today are applying when are using ground equipment. Okay. So this we may translate in SORA terms with a population density 0.5. Okay, so the last part is how the legacy drone can be used. So today we have already the C5 and C6 drones. We want that also in the standard scenario we're going to use still the C5 and C6, but we made some changes to the requirements. In particular, for the C5, we removed some requirements because we went through the SORA risk assessment and we find out that actually there were some requirements that were not justified by SORA, so we removed. But there were a couple of requirements that were added. So the HMI assessment was missing. So this does not mean that your drone is, they don't, so HMI means that you need to verify that the interface with the pilot does not create additional error. Maybe your drones already comply with these requirements. We ask that you need to do a formal assessment and verify. And then only for the C6, we have the requirements coming from the TMPR in SORA, the C2 link loop. So the latency should not be more than 5 seconds. Now, I don't think that any of your drone will have a latency more than 5 seconds. So I think that more of them, most will require. We are making the parachute that today are on C5 optional. So then parachute may be removed. Or if you want to comply, we have a parachute needs to comply with the requirements of MoC 2512. But then the biggest change is the manufacturing instruction, as I explained. So this means that potentially the C5 and C6 that you have may already comply with these requirements, other than having updated manufacturing instruction. And so we may already consider that the current C5 and C6 that are on the market may be immediately as they are operated in standard scenario 03, using the limitation that are in the standard scenario 03, while instead for the 02, since we don't have yet the information on manufacturing instruction, we identified what are the operational limitation that they can be used. And this is so 50 people square kilometer for 02 and 500 for 01. So we have an article where identify in the regulation that they can operate like that. And so what will be then the timeline is that so if the regulation will be adopted by mid of next year, so by 30 June, we may ask operator to start using the new standard scenario. So that means that we expect you to place on the market drones compliance with the new requirements C5 and C6. But in reality, but we also allow you to update the manufacturing instructions of the current drones on C5 and C6 in order to provide the limitation at which your drone may be operated. So this is something that may be implemented immediately. So this is a very quick summary. So I think that I took more than 5 minutes more than what I was supposed to take. And maybe we may have some question, I don't know, later, or what do you want?
Perhaps, yes. We could take a couple of questions, I would suggest, because we are a bit with the time a bit late. So, but still a couple of questions I would suggest to take.
What we could propose is that we take only a few, and the rest you can answer through the tool, and people can see the answer in the Slido tool directly. So there were 2 comments from Diego on the consultation of the security package, highlighting that there were concerns expressed by the industry regarding the absence of a specific impact assessment, and also about the timeliness for the applicability of the direct remote ID mandate. You want to comment shortly on that?
Yeah, so that we will be very short because all the comments that yesterday were raised now will be discussed, and when we talk about security will be discussed by the Commission. And there was also a letter by the industry regarding the security package that is under evaluation by the Commission. So then we are waiting for a resolution by the Commission. So here we cannot add anything more.
Okay, next one. Would it be possible to use ADSL for direct remote ID?
Antonio, you want to answer this one?
Yeah, you can take it.
It's not directly. We are working on aligning the standards and the specifications, but with the current planning, there will be a specific way of showing conformity for the DRI module, which is not expected at this moment in time for the ADSL. So technologies are converging and there should be interoperability eventually, but it's not that you can take a consumer product for ADSL and fix it to your drone.
Then the next question, I think we had it also as a comment in the NPA, right?
Yeah, so we should not repeat the focus consultation of yesterday. So this was discussed yesterday. Yeah, so we are going to have EN, so standards, where we are going also to address the comment number 1 to make sure that is protected the system as much as possible. Yeah, will the add an impact on conformity of the current C0 UAS? So the add-on will be an external model that will be purchased by the manufacturer. So it will be the add-on that will have a conformity, and then the operator needs to buy the add-on and add on the drone. So then will not have any impact on you as a manufacturer of the C0 drone.
Yes. Okay. So then there is this question on the mandate for electronic conspicuity. We don't have it for the moment, no mandate. So I don't know.
Yeah, but this we are having a lot of other discussion also with the industry, and one of the reasons why we are going to simplify the use space is because use space actually is an area where general aviation needs to be conspicuous. So it's another way to require eco-spicuity from general aviation. So we are going to simplify the use space requirements in order to be deployed in more area that will help you. It's for your support. And so the answer will be more when we're going to have the use space.
I think we'll probably need to shift the presentation for time reasons. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you.
Then, but we will have time to discuss during the coffee break also. Good afternoon. Yes, not too near. Thank you for being here. I am Antonio Marchetto. I'm Senior Policy Officer for Unmanned Aircraft Systems. Yes, we have tried to organize this workshop at our best, and we are very happy to see this participation. And the workshop, and thanks for Lino and Giuseppe for the introduction on the update on the regulation. The workshop is focused on design, as you know, and in particular on what we call medium risk of the SORA framework, SAIL 3 and 4. Of course, we are assuming that participating in this workshop, there is, you are somehow conversant with the SORA. It's not possible to have a review of the SORA and explain the SORA in this short time. So there is some assumption behind. But so let's start with some introduction on the SAIL 3 design compliance on the process. In fact, today it will be mostly dedicated to SAIL 3, while tomorrow SAIL 4 and DVR will be the focus. So just a reminder on the proportionality principle of the SORA in particular. This graphic is very qualitative. And so don't take it literally in terms of how much the bars the height of the bar is, but this is to show how the safety contribution of the different factor moves while the operational risk increases. So we put a bar of the open category at the very left, and the bar for the certified category of operations at the right. And when we say certified, by the way, we mean certified category of operation, because it's easy to confuse. One thing is the certified unmanned aircraft system according to Part 21. In fact, we require the certified unmanned aircraft system for SAIL 5 and SAIL 6. You see the bar at the right, still within the specific category within the SORA. But the certified category of operation is something else, is something even to the right, even more risky. Of course, you need a certified unmanned aircraft, but you need even more than that. So you see that with the increase of the risk of the operation, still the target level of safety needs to remain the same. This target level of safety has been defined by precursor documentation and assessment and studies behind the SORA in 10 to the -6 probability of fatality per flight hour. And this is the target level of safety that you see there. And how do you reach that? While the risk of the operation increases, of course, the gray area, the gray bar, which is the operational limitations, they decrease. Because in fact they decrease and the operational risk increases while you decrease the limitation. Just to say the density of the population, while you increase the density of the population on which you fly, you are decreasing this limitation you are increasing the risk, and therefore, what do you need? You need more of operational organization, you need more of remote pilot training, or of technical requirements and design compliance, in fact. So the orange quadrant, in fact, shows where the focus of the workshop is, SAIL 3 and SAIL 4, as you see. So this is to show the loss of control of the operation and how the probability of loss of control moves. So you see, for the SAIL 1, for example, well, let's take the SAIL 2, which is very popular. SAIL 2, 10 to the minus 2 probability of loss of control. This means that for each loss of control and crash of the unmanned aircraft, by definition, you have a probability of 10 to the minus 4 to cause a fatality because of the population density, because of the critical area of the unmanned aircraft. This 10 to the minus 4, together with the 10 to the minus 2 of probability loss control, brings to the target level of safety of 10 to the minus 6 fatalities per flight hour. So it was like that. In the SAIL 3, you have 10 to the minus 3 for probability of loss of control and 10 to the minus 3 for probability of causing a fatality for every crash. When I say loss of control, I don't mean only due to design causes. Loss of control can happen also for other reasons. So the operational safety objective of the SORA, the so-called OSUS. I will not explain every single line oval on the left to highlight which are the operational safety objective for the operator, for the remote pilot, and for the design. But in particular, focus on what is listed for the design. We have 8 operational safety objectives triggered in SAIL 3. Design and production processes, also 2. Instruction for continual airworthiness, also 3. Safety assessment, also 5. Civilian performances, also 6. The flight manual, which is the criterion 1 of also 8. Automatic protection of flight envelope, also 18. HMI, also 19, 20. And then finally, UAS qualified for mental accommodation, also 24. So, still even focusing more on the SAIL 3 design compliance process, which we call, the assurance. So the SORA distinguishes in integrity and assurance. Integrity is what you really need to do, and the assurance how you demonstrate actually that this is done. So the main path for the SAIL 3 is declarative. Declarative based on means of compliance that we have adopted for the SORA design OSUS that I mentioned before. And there is a statement of compliance, also called declaration form, for each of these means of compliance that is also published together with the means of compliance and needs to be compiled and signed by the applicant, which is the designer, in fact. There is an alternative path, of course. Design verification report is still possible. It's not forbidden. It's normally required only for SAIL 4. We have some application for SAIL 3. Stefan will expand, especially tomorrow, on this. So it could be a free choice, of the designer to go through a DVR. But also, it could happen that the designer cannot establish compliance with the published means of compliance because of unconventional design or whatever. But they think that they can still demonstrate the high-level safety objectives. So the designer may choose, in this case, to engage with EASA in a DVR. And what I wanted to add is that in perspective, in SAIL 3, the design declaration of compliance will be possible also again standards recognized by the drone squad. I don't know if you are familiar with the drone squad. This is a quadrilateral working group of discussion between the Brazilian authority, EASA, the FAA, and the Transport Canada. It was born out of the so-called CMT, which is an organization that we have since a long time with these authorities. And the drone squad is working on product transferability among these 4 jurisdictions. So how to transfer the product. I'm not therefore talking of how to transfer the operation of a drone, because we need to recognize that our regulation high level are different, in fact, among these 4 authorities, among these 4 jurisdictions. And, but focusing on airworthiness, on the product, we have discussed since a long time and found a way to agree upon a set of requirements. So now these are called HPSCs, high-level product safety criteria. And at the moment in which we will be proposed and recognized standards that we will endorse as demonstrating the requirement, then each of these authorities is committed to adopt those standards. So the FAA is committed for Part 108 and EASA is committed for SAIL 3. For EASA, this is not such a, let me say, so difficult, so to say, to recognize these standards and these requirements, because they go beyond what a SAIL 3 actually requires domestically. They go beyond these 8 operational safety objectives of the SORA. And we are discussing in particular SAIL 3. Why? Because we are discussing on the basis of a declarative process. Part 108, FAA is declarative, TCCA is also declarative, ANAC is going in this direction, and we have the declarative for SAIL 3. Nevertheless, we will start also discussion on the SAIL 4. I put here a link, by the way, the slides will be published, so you are more than welcome to take pictures if you want, but you will have them on our website. This link takes you to the new USCG website. I hope Bertrand will not complain if I show you this website here, which is quite new. And if you go on, if you go on international, then you will see the drone squad, and it is in fact illustrated with and you will get through this website the material that the drone squad is diffusing at large. So then I probably should thank you, Anna. Thanks a lot. So next slide. What are the interfaces? Now the discussion is back to Europe. The interfaces that we have in this design compliance process for SAIL 3. The, let's say, easy case is that the designer is also the operator. In this case, it is quite easy because you have a single organization which deals with the competent authority, with the National Aviation Authority, and this designer operator will establish, first of all, the compliance, and also after have established the compliance, will sign the forms, the declaration forms. And these declaration forms are delivered to the National Aviation Authorities, together, of course, with other material in the frame of the operational authorization, which goes far beyond design. So the simple case is that you get an operational authorization, but of course there is a discussion, and there could be other request from the National Aviation Authority. There could be still the possibility, as you see, I mentioned here the AMC to Article 11, which says the competent authority may request evidence behind the declaration of compliance. So this is always possible. We are promoting more and more a declarative approach, meaning a pure declarative approach. Still, the possibility is still there. then there is a case in which, of course, a bit more complicated case in which the designer is not the operator, two different organizations. So in this case, it is the operator that interfaces the National Aviation Authority. The operator, let's say the normal process, apart from the establishment of interfaces, informal interfaces or different that can always be established in each member state. But let's say the nominal process would be that the designer provides to the operator the statement of compliance, and the operator puts it together with the material for the operator authorization and delivers to the National Aviation Authority. And then there is a discussion that in this case, at the moment in which there is some request on the design evidence, we'll have to go from the operator to the designer. I will be very happy to have Tobias' presentation later today. Will present the lessons learned from National Aviation Authorities, and so perhaps some of these will be reflected. I don't know the presentation, so it's really transparent. Areas for improvement. So it is clear that the possibility, if there is still the possibility that some evidence of compliance is requested and is checked. So obviously, at the moment in which this is done in several member states, it may not work exactly in the same way across member states. So this is not ideal, let's say, for an harmonization within the European Union. There are possible improvements. For example, the facilitation, as I mentioned, of accepting declaration or the definition. We also thought of defining common guidelines on if and what to check when a National Aviation Authority needs to check any evidence of compliance. Another help would come from a better sharing of data among member states. And in fact, we have an action still to be closed regarding establishing some data format to share. Harmonized occurrence management. This is a bit linked to what Giuseppe mentioned before of the next NPA for the in-service. Thank you. So this is another point. And improvement of means of compliance. They can always be improved, of course. We don't pretend to have been perfect in this. We followed a quite robust process, but can still be improved. We lately have, in fact, some suggestions, partly good suggestion, I have to say. And we will have elaborated that. We will flow through the airworthiness task force, and we have the intention, in fact, to phase in an update of the means of compliance. Now, in the longer term, we also consider that there is no decision done, but it is possible, it would be possible to shift the SAIL 3 to the market regulation. So this means a new C marking for the SAIL 3. SORA requirement that would end up in regulation 945 according to the new class, and the SEN European norms, the standard that you use under the market regulation that would implement the means of compliance that we have already. So it should be quite let's say an easy process in this case, because they don't have to be elaborated from the start. Notified bodies might potentially be involved to check compliance or only on selected aspects, and the oversight would be carried out by market surveillance authorities. Certainly, the process would be more harmonized, but it would be less flexible or less reactive, most probably, to changes. Imagine if you have to change something in the means of compliance. We do it quickly, but if you have to change a European norm, it's not easy at all. So, final slide. I remind the process. We had a robust process, drafting of the EASA, pre-consultation in the airworthiness task force. We had a public consultation, and we are using industry consensus standards as much as we can. Now, unfortunately, when we started, there is no or almost no industry consensus standard ready and perfectly fit for the operational safety objective of the SORA. We carried out some research projects on that, and the result was there is not much. So we developed the means of compliance. But within this means of compliance, we make a lot of use of parts of the standards. Now, I have a link here, and but I will just show the page. Yes, this is the page where sorry. No? Yes, the page of where we publish the SAIL 3 means of compliance. So I assume you know this page. There is the list of our means of compliance for SAIL 3, starting from means of compliance 2 and the other. And if you click on the top line, you will see that you will have the means of compliance, the declaration form, and the CRD also, where we answer to the comments of the consultation. I think I can stop here if I have time for a few questions.
Okay, the question is if we want to shorten the coffee break a bit, or if we want to answer the question. So, please, hands up. Who needs a coffee? Okay, that's okay. Thank you for your honesty. Okay, then we move on with let's say 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Q&A. Okay, thank you. Switch.
Yes. Sorry. So, are NAA expected to accept the declaration of conformity issued by the manufacturer, declaration of compliance, I think, manufacturer, or will they audit the manufacturer and verify evidence of compliance with the means of compliance prior to issuing the operation authorization? This is what I touched on the slide regarding the process not being fully harmonized. We are promoting, and in fact, in this NPA, that Giuseppe Lino illustrated before, probably there was no time, the slide didn't reflect the fact that we put something to facilitate the acceptance of declarations. So this should improve the fact and make, let's say, the cases of request of evidence, let's say, less probable, but still, it is still possible. And there is an expectation that, in general, good declaration, because you need to go through a declaration and see if it is accepted. The declaration needs to be done appropriately. And from the declaration, you can spot if there is, sometimes, if there is something strange. But if the declaration is appropriate, that the declaration would be accepted. In some cases, you will still have, let's say, audit. I would not call it audit, but checking of some of the evidence. You may expect it for the operational safety objective, which are medium regular robustness, like, for example, OSO 24 of the SAIL 3. Diego, how much shouldn't there be a direct channel between the NAA and the manufacturer if further delays on the design were requested? Details, sorry, on the design were requested due to the high technical confidentiality. So yes, there is this topic of confidentiality. Now we want. We didn't mention it before, but we have this IIM hub, and we are still pushing and promoting it, and eventually there will be the possibility to exchange through the IIM hub. So no need for the operator, to take a document and pass it to the manufacturer. It can happen all through the IIM hub. It will not be mandatory, but it can be used, and in particular in these cases should be used. How much flexibility does the only alternative path of DVR provide? Could it be limited to covering, for instance, only one design-related OSOs? Stefan, do you want to take this question?
I would propose to postpone it to tomorrow. We will see how we build the basis for DVR, and I can explain why, or it may provide a better understanding why we struggle to focus only on one design, also when we perform a verification of the drone.
So if I may.
Where is Diego?
No? Okay, so thank you. I'm understanding that you will provide more context tomorrow. So if I'm understanding correctly, it may not be the case that DVR could only address one design related also. So that means in practical terms that there would be no alternative path unless the full package of DVR. Is that correct?
Well, we always said, in fact, Diego, that at the moment in which we executed DVR, we executed on the full design. And I remember this question, it's an old question, but the way EASA addresses design, it's not in the nature of our processes to address, let me say, now we address only the environmental condition, so to say. It's not in the nature of our processes and in our mission, never been. Stefan, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I can only confirm. It's the question is probably more based on difficulties with one means of compliance for one dedicated also, and then probably the discussion should be more on alternative means of compliance and a discussion with the NAA or a discussion how to change or amend or adapt the means of compliance.
Okay. Anything more? Let's say tomorrow, so we can perhaps take another question.
That was kind of what I was expecting on your slide rather than only the DVR.
I didn't get it, sorry.
What I was saying that
The UltiMoC.
Stefan mentioned something about ALMOC and like alternative paths, and that is what I was expecting on your slide rather than just the DVR as a whole as the only alternative pathway.
For the moment, I would say the DVR is, of course, Diego, I mentioned before that we will improve the means of compliance according to suggestions. I have no detail here today on the slides, but this can be done and will be done. Next question. Will EASA publish a list of equivalence between the different standards, means compliance, and other requirements approved by drone squad members? Well, just to make it clear, when in our discussion with the drone squad, and you will see if you go to the material of the drone squad, you will see that all the means of compliance on SAIL 3, the EASA means of compliance, are in fact mentioned in the material of the drone squad as reference material. So in a way, there is this equivalence with our MoCs is established, but whatever better equivalence we can establish between other standards, like the Eurocare standard for special initial light UAS, we can do that if it helps. Also need to declare full compliance against the MoCs when needing operational authorization for flight test only. I suggest that we have a dedicated session tomorrow on flight test, so I suggest we take it at the end of tomorrow. Shouldn't there be a direct channel between the NAA and the manufacturer? Oh, no, okay, this we take it. Can you provide example of documentation that complies with the various MoCs so that designer understand? This is the example of documentation is, in fact, if you go in the declaration forms, there is a table which outlines what is the documentation, the minimum documentation expected by the designer. Okay, perhaps should we close it here, Arne? Okay. Okay, now after this general introduction on the SAIL 3, we will shift to the, and I'm trying to.
Second, okay. The agenda.
You see it from there. Okay. Thank you. We shift to the presentation of the single, unless we have to have we should have a coffee break. Okay, so let's have a coffee break and then go 10 minutes. So coffee break, they tell me 10 minutes and then back.
What is this one?
So sorry, but time is running fast. So let's start with the review of each single means of compliance. And the first is OSO 2 on design and production processes. It has a structural side that will be presented by our colleague Emily. And then just very few slides on configuration management that I will illustrate. Please.
Thank you, Antonio. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Lewis. I'm a senior structures expert here in EASA for general aviation and VTOL. And together with Antonio, as he presented, we will cover the MoC for OSO 2 design and production process. So the presentation will give a reminder of what is OSO 2 and cover the structure of the MoC. I will then present the more structural technical topics which are covered in chapters 4, 5 and 6, which are the requirements for production, materials and mechanical strength. And then Antonio will address the alternative offered with the FTB method and configuration control aspects. So here's a reminder of the OSO 2, and of course we're focusing on SAIL 3, so the low level of integrity. There are criteria for design and criteria for production. And for a design, as a minimum, design documentation covers the specification of materials, the suitability and durability of those materials, and of course, configuration control. Whereas the criteria for production, as a minimum, the procedures should also cover configuration control and all the processes that are necessary to allow for repeatability in manufacturing and conformity within the acceptable tolerances. So, of course, the MoC is structured also to cover the designer and production organization with a clear distinction between the chapters. So for the designer, you need to look at chapters 5, 6, and 7, which cover materials, mechanical strength, and configuration control for the designer. Whereas production organization need to look at chapters 4 and 8, covering the general requirements or criteria, and configuration control for the production organization. So we'll now go into a few more details of these chapters and what they cover. So the general prescriptions for production. Of course, the production organization need to develop and document their processes and procedures. And their procedures need to cover, of course, the configuration control, but also any process that's necessary to ensure repeatability or to minimize variability in the manufacturing of the parts or the product. And of course, they also have to have procedures to cover conformity within the defined and acceptable tolerances. Of course, the general requirement is fabrication methods should produce consistently sound or robust structures. But if there's an actual fabrication method that requires close control to achieve this objective, the production organization needs to define specific process specifications. And typical types of methods that require these process specifications are gluing, welding, heat treatment, bonding, additive manufacturing, and of course, composite. These are all subject to variability during your production process. All new fabrication methods need to be substantiated by test, which will evaluate the process variables to make sure that the process variables that can control or affect your properties or strength are well managed and controlled, and then written into your specification. And finally, of course, a production organisation is responsible to ensure that their personnel have the correct competency to follow these procedures and processes. Chapter 5 moves to the designer, and it's regarding materials. And this is a really top-level requirement in Chapter 5. It states that the suitability and durability of materials used for parts, the failure of which could result in loss of control of operation, should be based on experience or test, meet specifications. Please note these specifications don't need to be approved specifications, and they also should take into account environmental effects. We know that for some materials, specifically composites or bonding, environmental effects are very important. What is suitable and durable at room temperature is not necessarily suitable and durable at high temperature, and this needs to be taken into account. There is guidance in this chapter regarding the consideration of environmental conditions, but the actual details and how to show compliance is in Chapter 6, linking to the Chapter 5. So Chapter 6 is mechanical strength, and this is really the core of the MoC of OZO 2. As we saw earlier, mechanical strength is not actually explicitly required by OZO 2. However, if you need to show suitability and durability of materials, you need to have some strength criteria, otherwise it's not possible. So therefore, we added mechanical strength into OZO 2 because the two really go hand in hand. We did try to make sure that the mechanical strength criteria are light and proportionate, so we first looked at the open category. So we took an open category and added to them as opposed to looking at manned aircraft and reducing the criteria. The baseline standard that's referenced is this one quoted here for the open category, with modifications introduced in the MoC through the Annex A. And this annex is trying to introduce a lot of flexibility. So for flexibility regarding your compliance method, this is the balance between the amount of analysis versus test. Flexibility regarding the test setup and the procedure. And there's additional flexibility for the landing gear with an alternative route to use the Eurocae ED 325 standard, which is for Sale 4, if you don't want to follow the standard. In some cases, of course, because this came from open category, we had to add additional criteria due to the added complexity and risk of Sale 3 compared to open category. And I'll explain these a little bit more in the next slides. So firstly, factor of safety, design and ultimate loads. We took the values directly from the standard without any modification except for the attachment of payload. This we upgraded, if you like, from a factor of 1.2 to 1.5 to take into account the additional risk of the operation of Sale 3 compared to open category. And of course, we then introduced how do you account for environmental factors or through test conditions or factors for composites and bonded joints. And this gives a lot of guidance based on what type of maximum temperature you could expect depending on the colour of the drone, what your test temperature should be, or if you don't test at temperature, what factor you comply instead. This guidance is directly taken from CSVLA. We consider it completely applicable because it's more talking about the science of composites as opposed to risk category and safety. The manoeuvring load factors for the different designs or configurations are as specified in the standard. We only made one modification, and that was the minimum of 2G for the multicopter maximum load factor. This is to ensure we take into account all the operational environment that you may have, for example, gusting conditions. As stated in the standard, lower values of these may be used if you have demonstrated design features to prevent exceeding the lower values you want to use. And the standard actually has guidance on how to demonstrate this, so it's still applicable. So these are the baseline unless you want to demonstrate something lower. Other changes we made is regarding the accuracy of the test setup. So the standard asked for a 3-gram accuracy or tolerance on the mass for testing. We felt that that was not appropriate mainly for the larger drones. It was more appropriate to go for a percentage of weight. And also we added the flexibility to account for use of mechanical actuators. You don't have to use a weight, you can use actuators, and that's now included in the MoC. For the vertical landing speed, we kept exactly as written in the standard, but we added more of a caution that if you have specific operations like deck operations, landing on a ship or a slope or in aggressive environments, you may need to consider a higher landing speed. And in that case, the applicant should justify what this higher vertical speed is. And finally, we rationalised the test load factor for multicopter, and we made sure it's actually based on the maximum thrust capability of the multicopter and not the absolute maximum load factor you can achieve, which may only be achievable at minimum weight. So if you're testing at maximum weight, you should use the appropriate load factor based on the thrust capability and not what you could get at a lower weight. And finally, in Chapter 6, we added some considerations for durability because you have to demonstrate the durability of the material. And these are very top level and quite basic. So the structure should be designed following good design practices. So this is considerations of no sharp edges, use radiuses, be careful of your edge distance for fasteners. And this is to avoid, as far as practicable, stress concentrations, which may lead to a fatigue crack eventually over time. And in addition, the designer should prepare maintenance instructions to ensure that any damage is found. And we would expect that the designer would have a set of normal maintenance instructions, so time-based, calendar-based, or flight number-based, and also inspections that need to be carried out after a particular event. So, for example, if you have a heavy landing, you might need to inspect certain parts of the drone to make sure there's no failures. And finally, we provided some guidance on what compliance evidence should be required for this. So you should have to produce compliance documents, which it will include the test plans, the test reports, and the compliance statements. And of course, any analysis reports if you went down the analysis route that's now added. So that covers the main technical topics, and I'll pass over to Antonio.
Thank you, Emilis. So, once Emily has clarified this, let's say, normal and nominal way of complying with these structural prescriptions, we added these alternative in the means of compliance, also based on interaction with industry that we had, referring to the functional test-based methodology. I don't know if all of you is familiar with that. The rules of these are in the durability and reliability type certificate of the FAA. It's based on originally, let's say, at least originally, on a rationale of the so-called rule of three, according to which if you do some calculations, then performing 3,000 flight hours positively gives you a 97% confidence of not losing control more than 10 to the minus 3 per flight hour. It's probability calculation. Similar for SAIL 2, 300 flight hours, 10 to the minus 2, and so on and so forth. Several years ago, we published these means of compliance. It was one of the first, perhaps the first we published, on special condition like UAS, actually. It was on the special condition, not on the operational safety objective of the OSOs, of the SORA. Based on this method, identifying is published, and you can go through it, identified for each requirement of the special condition like UAS, including the structural part, in fact, what could be justifiable by means of this method and what instead would need some additional analytical evidence or specific test. So we open in this specific case to those manufacturer operators who has a lot of experience with a configuration which is representative of the declared configuration. So we are not saying it has to be identical, but it is under the responsibility of the designer to establish that it is sufficiently representative from the structural viewpoint to justify the requirements. And so in this case, if these very high number of flight hours are available, positively carried out with the representative configuration, in this case, what we say is that the application of mechanical strength methodology that Emil explained before should not be considered necessary. So you can establish the evidence by means of your positively carried out flight hours on the representative configuration. Now, it is not a perfect way of treating the subject because the means of compliance is against special condition like UAS, so there is not a clear correspondence, let me say. Although I know that there is at least one operation today carried out in Europe based on this means of compliance. So we planned resources allow to address the functional test method in a more specific application for SAIL 3. And we should do it within, EASA, they are working as task force of the TAB. And so the time frame could be probably, I don't know if to say end of this year or start of the next. Anyway, today we need to rely on the means of compliance public on the special condition like UAS. Then finally, this operational safety objective refers to configuration control, and first of all, the UAS designation. And in the means of compliance, you will find a table which is like that, which tells you, which gives flexibility, in fact. So you see model, hardware configuration identifier, software configuration identifier. We have the UAS, the Amenarca, the CMU. Those nodes, which of course I am not reporting in the slides, but if you go in the means of compliance, you will see that will tell you that you don't have to fill all the fields of the table. That depending on the methodology that you follow, you may fill the Amenarca and CMU, and not fill the UAS, or fill the UAS and not having to fill the Amenarca and the CMU. So we give flexibility. The model is of course referenced in the application for the operational authorization. And what we should point out, and it is in fact captured in the MoC, in the means of compliance, is that we should not be in a situation that there are two UAS with the same model, with different serial numbers that have characteristics such that then influence the SORA, the carrying out of SORA and the result of the SORA. So, for example, if you have, of course, a different ground risk class for that UAS, then or contingency volume of ground risk buffer. You have, for example, a critical area that shifted the ground risk class, or the contingency volume due to characteristic of the UAS is different. Then the model needs to be different, because otherwise there is no clear association with the operational authorization. So it follows that the model should be changed. In fact, whenever a configuration change affects one of the parameters that in fact are listed in the Annex 1 of the means of compliance. Of course, then if the manufacturer wants to change the model for other reason, it's always free to change it. So the assessing and re-evaluating the compliance as necessary in the recording and tracking of the configuration changes are left to the internal configuration control system. So we are not providing a specific prescription for that. You know, the system can be adapted to that you have for configuration control can be adapted to your processes. The important is that it is established, that you have it. And it is fully under the responsibility of the manufacturer to establish, is given a change, then there is something to reassess it, and if yes, if the compliance is still confirmed or not, and the recording of the changes and tracking. A redeclaration, so the reissuing of the declaration for the statement of compliance, is only required if the UAS model changes. Another prescription is that the declarant, the designer, must, without undue delay, provide to known operator of the product the information regarding any unsafe condition the designer might find, and recommendation on the adoption of changes to address these conditions under the declarant responsibility. So it could be, for example, with the website is certainly something that the designer is should utilize their own website to provide information to the operator. And at the moment in which the operator buy a product, they need to know that the designer is going to provide on a certain website update on whatever. And in fact, the declarant may also authorize the operator of the product to implement a change. It is possible for not complex changes, but the authorization, we write in the means of compliance, needs to be provided in written to operators and need to be recorded in the internal configuration control system. And I think it's all. So we can open to some questions. Also for Emily, of course. Thank you.
Yes.
So based on experience of test, what does experience means in this context exactly? My interpretation indicates the meaning of analysis of flight log. Please clarify what is the real meaning of experience. This, I guess this refers to the functional test based. So experience means having carried out a flight test and having logged and having the evidence. Of course, you should have logged all these the evidence of flight test, because by the way, it can always be asked. And at the moment in which in a declaration it's clear that the functional test-based methodology has been used, you may expect that a question is asked on, can we have this evidence? Can we have the evidence that there is has been some recording? Mandating 001 as the sole benchmark, even with unnecessary, perhaps Emily, may limit design innovation. For more strict adherence may not represent the most optimal engineering framework. Is EASA open to justify deviations without abandoning this means of compliance overall applicability? Now, just let me say one thing, that this means of compliance, let's say, the declarations are provided to the National Aviation Authorities. Now, again, in the frame of improving our means of compliance, this can always be done. And in fact, we are in the frame of some thinking of some improvement that we can do. But it's not that we are, let's say, as EASA, you are proposing to us and we say, okay, you can deviate. You know, it's a discussion that is, first of all, with the National Aviation Authorities for SAIL 3. But please, Emily, expand.
Yes, so for the testing methods that are specified in the standard, we actually recognise that these are only appropriate for small and simple UAS. They're not applicable and appropriate for larger, more complex aircraft designs or configurations. We've actually written that in the MoC. We've written that it's an example of a simple test. We've also written that the structural test setup and procedure should ensure representative load distribution and covering the critical loading conditions at the critical locations. You might need to do more than one test. And please note this specific test in the standard is only an example and it's simple. And actually you'll find for more complex or larger drones, it's not appropriate. It's over-constraining in some ways. And another method is already allowed in the MoC, but you need to make sure you've covered your critical loading and critical locations, covered by test, And then it allows you to do analysis if you have experience of analysis, and you can use correlation or validation with previous analysis. So that was recognized and it's written in there already. Maybe in future we could develop more guidance on what this means, or you can also maybe use a higher level standard or move to the CSs. But this flexibility is already there.
Thank you. So our INA is supposed to check all the technical points during oversight, audit, inspection, and so on. So let me say one thing, and it could be perhaps more my opinion, but the moment in which there is in fact, and there needs to be an oversight, this should be risk-based and should be linked to actually what the operation provided as a evidence of is it going well or is it going not well, and I would expect that an oversight is risk-based and therefore done on in the cases where it needs to be done, where there is something not properly working. And if there is something not properly working, I would expect also that there is perhaps there is some evidence on what, could be something regarding procedure actually, and not the product. So I would expect an oversight to be done on the elements that a spike, let's say, as those that probably are leading to the need of the check, of the audit, of the inspection. Now, if that is in fact could be linked to design topics, this question could be asked for also in other cases, and it's we ask it for the OSO 2 structural aspects, but we can ask it for OSO 5 safety assessment and so on and so forth. So of course there is some difficulty if the point is on the interfaces, at the audit of the operator, because the oversight is on the operators. Now, if the operator is also the manufacturer, the designer, then okay, everybody is there, right? If it's not, then the point could come out, and therefore either the operator there at the audit has some evidence, or the operator is able to get the assistance during the oversight of the NAA of the manufacturer, which, yes, it's not always possible, not always realistic. So let's say this enters in the probably areas of improvement that we mentioned. And if we think about what we mentioned regarding the future and the possible shifting of the SAIL 3 in the market regulation, that is more structural, let's say structural from this point of view. So there could be some principle to say that in this case, the market regulation perhaps would help. In case of a single entity acting as a design manufacturer operator, and already holding an operational manual, yeah. Does the means of compliance also 2 and SAIL 3 at SAIL 3 require design and production policies to be documented in 2 separate additional manuals? Well, if you follow actually the process and you go through the table that we put in the declaration, then it should be 2 manuals, and so you should have a flight. But the flight manual you should always have in any case if the reference is the flight manual. It's not the operational manual. Can fully substitute the flight manual. You should have a flight manual and then the operational manual coherent with it and capture what necessary, in my opinion. The EN 001 stated up to 25 kilograms, standard applicable for takeoff weight above 25 kilograms.
I can answer that quickly. So the standard is still applicable to what it's specified in the standard. So whatever the constraints of the standard are applicable. However, if you want to use it with SAIL 3 with the adaptation in the MoC, you can use it for any SAIL 3. So following the SAIL 3, the MoC OSO 2, we're not limited to 25 kilograms. We've extended it by the adaptations made.
Does it mean so that the methodology which is standard created for the drones and
Again, with a caveat, as I previously explained, if you've got a heavier or more complex drone, it might not be applicable. It might actually be over-constraining. You need to make sure your most critical loading conditions are covered in the most critical locations. But again, that's written in this adaptation. That's another reason we changed the safety factor for the payload, acknowledging the payload may be heavier, so we needed to increase the safety.
I think we need to stop here and move on to the next presentation.
Okay, very good. This next was difficult, but so next presentation is for Alberto, and it's regarding instruction for continuing airworthiness. Sorry, Alberto, you can come here, which is also 3. Please present yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Antonio. So my name is Alberto Cunial, and I follow the development of the means of compliance for OSO 3. OSO 3 requires the UAS designer to develop instructions for continued airworthiness. However, I want just starting to show you which are the requirements that are covered by this means of compliance. And also to remind that this means of compliance is not only targeted at the OSO 3 at medium level of robustness, but also at that requirement from the special conditions like UAS. So 2625, which is requiring to the applicant, to the designer, to develop instructions for continued airworthiness. And we will see now that the requirements from the OSO and the special conditions are quite similar. So the SORA 2.5 requires this to the designer. So to develop maintenance instructions and requirement to ensure a safe operations, and in addition at medium and high as well, to develop scheduled maintenance requirement. This is what is covered by the means of compliance, but I want also to remind that this also contains requirement for the operator. I think it's important to know then what is on the other side, and I will have a dedicated slide for that. But the requirement for the operator is to create a maintenance program reflecting the material developed by the designer. And then we have the requirement from the special condition 2625. Very similar, as you can see. So the applicant needs to prepare instruction for continued airworthiness, and on top of that, a section of the instruction for continued airworthiness must be called airworthiness limitation, which is a section containing some scheduled maintenance with a hard limit in the schedule, which cannot be passed by who is responsible to conduct the maintenance. So the means of compliance is divided in 2 main sections. The first is covering maintenance requirements, and this is what is expected by the designer. So first, the designer should develop the scheduled maintenance requirements. So collect all the maintenance tasks which have a periodic schedule and include them in a chapter with so each task will be associated with a certain schedule. And here is where the airworthiness limitations are included. So those boundaries beyond which the drone cannot be operated if these scheduled maintenance are conducted. The means of compliance contains examples in all chapters. So here, for example, we have parts with a life limit, maybe batteries or inspection of ageable parts should be included in this section. And then, on the other hand, there is the unscheduled maintenance. So maintenance which is reactive, so it's conducted as a reaction to an undesired event. And here, so the designer is required not to cover all possible undesired events that may happen during the operation, but provide an initial set, which may also be updated during based on the operational experience of the operators. And include them here. So to have some tasks, and this time instead of having them connected to a scheduling, to have them connected to an event that may happen. and include here also some troubleshooting information. So troubleshooting information are, so here the designer can list the malfunction which are most probable based on their experience, how to recognize them and how to solve them. The second section covers the maintenance instruction. And here the designer is expected to first to provide an introduction and servicing information on the drone. Here the designer should develop a description of the drone, of the UAS, the system, how that will ease the life of who is performing maintenance, or to allow to locate where the systems are, which are their function, very high level description, and also some servicing information, so to locate the servicing points or the points where the maintenance tasks have to be conducted. And then, so I would say the core of the maintenance instruction, which are the maintenance tasks, and these tasks are associated in the maintenance requirement either to a scheduling information or to an event for the unscheduled one. And the means of compliance gives a structure, and the goal here was to try to standardize how maintenance tasks are set up. So the structure is made by a task identifier, so it could be a code to identify the task, a title, a general description of the task, the instructions so the procedure to conduct the task. This is the main part of the task. Scheduling, if applicable, expressed as the designer wishes, so flight hours, flight cycles, and so on. If there is any consumable to be used during the task, if applicable. If there are any tools, again, if applicable, and if there is any testing procedure to be performed after the maintenance, if applicable. And then in the means of compliance to support the designer, there is a set of examples of which can be this maintenance, the types of maintenance tasks like inspection, removal, substitution, and so on, and also a set of the most common subsystems in a UAS. It acts like a sort of reminder to check these examples, but they are not, let's say, mandatory to comply with the means of compliance. So this was the content and the structure of the MoC. Then I have one slide just to show what is developed from the designer in interface with the operator, or how the operator is supposed to use what is developed by the designer. So we saw that the designer is developing the instructions for continued airworthiness, and then this document is passed to the operator. Then we saw that the operational safety objective requires the operator to develop a maintenance program, and this program can be a copy paste, so they can reuse what was developed by the designer, or optionally they may develop additional tasks depending on the kind of operation. So if the operator finds suitable to add some maintenance task, it's possible, it's optional, and they should not then invalidate the intent of what was developed by the designer. This is the maintenance program of the operator. And also was the end of the presentation. Thank you. Yes.
So it seems the MoC is very clear, only two questions.
Good. So what level of maintenance staff formal qualification required for SAIL 3? Is internal training and self-declaration sufficient? So this is not covered by the means of compliance, but there is it's a part of the requirement of the operational safety objective is to is for the staff of the operator to be qualified. I don't think we have a means of compliance. I don't know if this is covered in the operations manual, so in the means of compliance for OSO 8. Maybe Antonio, I don't know if you have this information.
Sorry?
If the qualification of staff for maintenance,
No,
staff conducting maintenance is covered.
Qualification for maintenance, I don't think we covered it in EASA 8.
So for the moment, if there is no means of compliance, the training developed by the operator and approved by the authority is sufficient. So there is no requirement to go to a training organization unless the NAA authorizing the operation requires so for any reason. The next one is, if unscheduled maintenance affects the software, are there established processes to manage and maintain configuration control of the software throughout the maintenance activity? So software and software updates are listed as one of the examples in the MoC in the means of compliance of maintenance that can be conducted. So they can be defined by the designer as part of the scheduled or unscheduled maintenance. I don't know, unscheduled maintenance, I don't know what comes to my mind if there is, I don't know, some malicious attack or if some weaknesses in the software is discovered, then yes, this can become part of the maintenance. I hope I have replied to this one. Regarding the task, why not use the existing ATA chapters? So this was considered actually during the development of the means of compliance, but these chapters are developed for manned aviation, and as far as I remember, they do not cover properly all possible technical areas of UAS. So we decided to not use them for the moment. Next one, is the instruction for continued airworthiness released by EASA or design organization? So no, they are developed by the designer. The only thing, but this is more related to Salesforce or design verification, the airworthiness limitations are approved by EASA, but not released in the sense developed or provided to the operator. They are developed by the designer.
One we've seen already. Should the EASA manufacture?
Prepare a maintenance document plan. Yeah, so is the operator that develops the maintenance program according to the instructions for continued airworthiness. So the plan can be already for example, the scheduled maintenance constitutes already a kind of plan that can be just adopted by the operator as is without need of modification.
Use of the UAS standard. Do we mention?
This was developed, I think, after the development of the means of compliance, but this will cover only the operator and training requirements. Again, if I remember correctly. But I don't know if who made the question is in the room, maybe you can, yeah, please.
You are correct. But related to the question of the training, that guidelines you can find information how to justify maintenance personnel training.
Okay. Okay. So it's for related to the previous question. So the comment was that in ED 341 standard, there are guidelines for the training of the operator staff as well.
Yes, published 2 days ago.
Thanks.
Published 2 days ago.
10 days ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we want to take still one.
Yeah, the last one. It depends if we have time. So last one. Does the instruction for continued airworthiness need to be complete for first flight testing of a Sail 3 drone? So I think that we have some work in progress on how to enable testing for drones. So maybe I don't know if you have some comments.
We will talk about it more in detail tomorrow. What are the options to perform test flights for development testing? But of course, at a certain moment in time, if you start immediately with a Sail 3 without those provisions that are in development, you end up in in a difficulty to maybe to do flight testing required to develop your manual. So it is clear that when your first flight is a SAIL-3, you will struggle to sign the declarations.
Thank you. So I think I can leave the floor to the next presentation. Yeah. So the next one is Arne with the MoC to OSO 5.
Very good. So now we are switching to the means of compliance to OSO 5 safety assessment with Arne. I just wanted to say a couple of words. This for us is the core of the means of compliance for SAIL-3, meaning it is probably the one that weighs more eventually on the capability to preserve the target loss of control, which is 10 to the -3. Another thing I wanted to mention, even if a bit uncomfortable, is that this OSO is classified as low level of robustness by the SORA currently, and also by our IMC. We pushed sometimes in the past to to switch it at medium level of robustness to give it, the importance it should have. Actually, I have to say that the way the SORA is worded, then if you look in the assurance, it is written low, but if you look in the assurance, then you understand it is not low. So we have a means of compliance task force in JARUS that actually is working more on the update of Annex E. And up to now, we just eliminated the assurance table, integrated them in the global structure. So we didn't do conceptual changes. And this is the 2.6, but the 2.7 version, which should start probably at the next meeting, face-to-face meeting, will include conceptual changes. And I am a member of this task force, and I will certainly provide this input to the task force. Again, please, Anna. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we start, I have a selfish request because I'm managing the Slido as well. If you can label your questions according to the session we are discussing, that would make my life much easier, because then I can archive properly and sort the topics properly. So thank you if you can put the label to your question for the rest of the workshop. Okay, so we have heard about structures and maintenance already, so we make sure that our structure is sound and safe and is robust. With OSO 5, we look at our system. So we look whether the system as a whole stays safe, and how we manage failures at system, item, and equipment level. And within the next 30 minutes, I will try to dig a bit into how we do that, and how a designer demonstrates compliance without design verification, but on a declarative basis. So I skipped the disclaimer. So the presentation will be around 3 main topics. I will first motivate the why and what. So why this also matters. We have touched on this point already, and what it includes and what it does not include. Second then is the how. So I will go through the different safety assessment methodologies that are available and requested to be performed. And then we bring it all together. I will explain what the design installation appraisal will contain, and I will make a quick detour on the external system to conclude in the end. So why do we need OSO 5? Coincidentally, Antonio used exactly the same graphic already today, so you should be perfectly familiar with that now, that we can understand that for the lower sail, we have the safety is ensured mainly by limitations and operational procedures. With the higher sail levels, we rely more on the robustness of the UAS design itself. So the goal for starting from SAIL-3 upwards is to have a robust design where hazards are minimized in the event of a failure. And oops, sorry for that. Okay. And ideally, the system safety should be a consideration during the design phase to drive requirements, and should not be an additional afterthought that is produced once the UAS is available and designed completely. We tried with the means of compliance to produce something which should allow the declaration. So the compliance demonstration should be made simple, and also to understand, to have a good understanding, and to allow the NAA during a potential audit or inspection or review, evidence review, to understand the train of thought and the design aspects related to safety and reliability of the design. So in order to start the assessment, we need to understand what we are talking about. So we have this definition of loss of control in the SORA, which is a very high level. I quoted it here on the slide. But this is basically applicable to the whole operation. Now, in MoC 2005, we particularly address the systems and equipment of the drone. So we needed to tailor the loss of control definition and try to give some examples that you can find here on the slide. So it's all those system failures that would lead to those outcomes, which should be classified in your system safety assessment as a loss of control. And as this, by definition, should be not probable, you would assign safety objectives to those failures that could lead to those outcomes. It is worth mentioning that we have if you apply, or if your design mitigates certain failures by using contingency procedures, for example, a return to home or a diversion to a predefined landing site, that is then a mitigation of the failure and would not be considered a loss of control of the operation, because you're still in control. But every time a emergency feature is triggered, like a flight termination system or parachute, that should be considered as a loss of control and should be remote. So to give you an example of and some let's say more concrete path of different possibilities, we have on a I picked the GNSS receiver, which may fail during a flight. So assume we have only one GNSS receiver with no independent check on the left side. Then the flight control may use bad data to conduct the flight, and that could lead to a flyaway or crash inside the volume, which would be a loss of control of operation. So in order to mitigate that, we could consider the second design, which implements a second GNSS receiver and a health monitor somewhere in the flight control system that detects that the first GNSS receiver has failed and switches over to the next one, and potentially returns home or continues the flight, depending on, I would say, depending on the operational scenario and the ConOps. So this is to illustrate that minimizing hazards is about detecting failure before they become critical and mitigate them accordingly. Yeah, as a common theme that we want to emphasize is that when you check that something has failed, this check and the alerting and the procedure this follows from this check must be independent from the failed item. This is, I would say, a classical fail-safe design principle that we are pursuing here. So now that we know what we are talking about, so we talk about, I forgot to mention on the last slide, sorry, I go back, that what is out of scope. So we're talking about systems here. We are not, you will not analyze human error or pilot error. We will also not analyze detect and avoid systems or encounter with other airspace users. So it's really more on the ground. It's focused more on the ground risk, I would say, because for those there are other requirements and other means of compliance that will apply for those specific risks. So, okay, the functional hazard assessment is a key concept to understand the design and understand the hazards coming from the design. And it's a powerful tool if done right. And I will not explain what an FHA is. You can look for the guidance that is available from EuroCai, ED 135, ED 279 has also some US specific guidance on FHA. I will just try to highlight some, let's say, things that I have seen where things could be improved, and some areas that let's say could deserve some scrutiny when performing FHA. For example, the identification of the functions. So it's important to find the right balance of granularity when defining functions. Usually, from experience, in the ballpark of 10 to 30 functions is something which we see in practice. And then I put here some, let's say, good and bad examples. So if you have a position data or provide position data function, you should not, let's say, cut it in too many granular sub-functions, but rather stay on the higher level. And as in principle, you should always refer to the ConOps that you are pursuing, that you are performing. So which functions are important for your ConOps and which are not may also drive the functional hazard assessment. When performing a functional hazard assessment, sometimes there's a tendency to, because it's a top-down approach, we usually do not include architecture details, so it's easy to fall in that trap. But this will be then to assess the architecture is for the later step, the FMEA part. Here at the FHA, we should stay at the functional level. So we should not have a loss of GNSS unit, but a loss of navigation function, for example. If you assume in the FHA that the remote pilot will save the day and take some action to prevent a loss of control, then this should be highlighted, and this should also drive independence requirements, and to be able or to make sure that the crew is actually alerted and is aware of the failure and is put in a position to act on it. Then another important step is to describe the proposed architecture and map the architecture and the systems to the functions that you have identified. That will make then the life easier to connect with the FMEA. If systems support several functions, it could make sense to identify a specific function in the FHA, and the FMEA should then assess the effect on the user systems of those systems and equipment. So the next slide is on the FMEA. Again, the main means of compliance that is recognized, or the main standard that is recognized in our means of compliance, is the ED 280, which makes reference and gives also an example of this FMEA-like analysis. Here it's really a bottom-up approach. So you look at your architecture, you look how the architecture supports your functions and also the functional failures, and then you assess the effect at UAS level. So for example, we have a GNSS receiver 1, which supports the function to get the position data and manage and supervise the flight. And then we have an FMEA case, which assesses the effect of the failure of this receiver at the UAS level. And the effect may be that the loss of the position information from GNSS 1 is mitigated by the fact that we have health monitor and a second GNSS, and then the flight can be continued or diverted. But then it should be made sure that the second GNSS receiver is not affected by the failure of the first one. So when you perform the FMEA analysis and you conclude that you need to have more than one failure to lead to cause a loss of control. So then we can assume with, let's say, the current technology standard and reliability of state-of-the-art equipment, that this random failure of 2 equipment is considered not probable. So if you have a backup system or redundancy, then this could be a qualitative argument that the failure condition is remote. If you have the case that single failure will lead to a loss of control, then there should be evidence that the single failure is not probable. ED 280 proposes a qualitative or semi-quantitative assessment, I would say, a comparison with supplier reliability data, like mean time between failure, to propose an argument that the failure of the system is less likely or is not expected to happen in the life of the UAS. Then, as mentioned before, we stress particularly the common cause consideration. So a failure of one element should not lead to a failure of another one. So this analysis, this common cause considerations, could be added to the FMEA table. Could also be a standalone assessment. This is up to the designer to decide on the procedure to take. For example, here in the GNSS example that I mentioned earlier, it should be made sure that GNSS 1 and 2 are not using the same power supply and failing at the same time. Aspects that we mentioned in the means of compliance are common hardware and software, common power supply, and common resource systems. But these are only examples. If there's a single item that leads to a loss of control, there may be the need for development assurance. We are not saying that development assurance is always needed. You can make the case in your FMEA and your common cause analysis that there is no common software and hardware element that could directly lead to a loss of control. However, ideally, the design should be error tolerant to development errors. So if this cannot be justified, development errors should be minimized by using a development assurance process. I put here 2 examples. So one example where development assurance may not be required, I put the may because it always depends on the implementation. For example, if you use a different technology to complement GNSS data and use sensor fusion for position determination, that could be a way to circumvent the need for development assurance. On the other side, if you have a single element, like a single flight control software that you are using to control the flight, and if that fails due to a software bug, then obviously there is something that needs to be done to mitigate development errors. If you are applying development assurance to a specific item or software, the means of compliance identifies specific objectives that should be met. It does not require a development assurance level. So in the draft or in the proposal, we were talking about DAL-D. We are not talking about DAL level anymore. It's not that we are that you should qualify your software and hardware to a specific level. We just want to make sure that when those objectives are met, that the likelihood of a development error is reduced sufficiently for SAIL 3. So you see the different objectives. You have to have a plan which covers the activities that you will perform and the data that you will produce in order to meet the other objectives. You need to specify and validate the functions, including those that are not used. Validate means that you identify that your requirements are correct and complete. Then you verify functions. That could be using test analysis or simulation to ensure that the implementation of the function actually fulfills the requirements. If you have unused functions, then it should be demonstrated that they are not activated or that they are deactivated and have no adverse effects. You have to have a configuration control mechanism. So the item and its data must be identified, must be traceable, protected from unauthorized change and retrievable. You have to have a change management process to make a change impact analysis which should assess what needs to be re-verified in case of a change, and what is needed to show no regression. Problem reporting is to capture the issues, assess for the safety impact, and manage its resolution. And process assurance is an independent confirmation that the plan that was established at the beginning was actually performed, and any deviations are recorded and justified. So in essence, it's basic systems engineering activities that we are requesting here. So I would say in most cases, probably you have something like that already in place to some extent. Then some specific example. I didn't put example. I will highlight example. This is an example. This is not what we require. This is not what you should design to. This is an example. One on the left side is an example of a fixed wing that uses different dissimilar autopilots and dissimilar GNSS units. So in case of if we stay at the GNSS failure, we have we made sure that there's a second GNSS to cover random failures, and for the systematic development errors, we are covered by a dissimilarity. On the right side, some of you may recognize that this is the example of ED280. It really depends also on the ConOps, no? If how much redundancy you need. For example, here the GNSS failure is mitigated by the fact that there is a manual control of the drone by the remote pilot using a camera. So this is considered by the ED280 as an acceptable mitigation of GNSS failure. And here we have the autopilot, which is XXX, which is identified by ED280 for that it may need development assurance. One quick word about external systems. External systems like GNSS, 5G, or SATCOM should be considered in a safety assessment in the sense that a loss of these systems should be assumed, and the design should be able to mitigate the effect. So your design should not rely on the fact that you always have to have a stable and performant connection with the SATCOM link, for example. There's ED348. I'm not sure if it has been published already. Looking at you, yeah, should be, which gives guidance for multi-GNSS solutions for Sale 3. So I recommend that you have a look at this document. And of course, under OSO 5 safety assessment, we are not looking at the performance of those external systems. We're only looking at failures and how the system is mitigating the effect. So when we bring all those safety assessments, FHA, FMEA, common cause analysis together, we collect the information in a design installation appraisal. Basically, it's a presentation of your design, describing the ConOps, at least to the extent that is relevant for assessing the design and the safety of the design. Then it should describe the functions and how they are implemented in the design. For example, geocaching function, is it onboard, is it offboard, where's the responsibility, so that it's understandable where the functional perimeter is. It should describe the contingency management. So how is the design able to cope with system failures or operational events? For example, the external system, GNSS loss or C2 link loss. Usually you have a procedure, loitering, return to home, anything like that, that should be described. And how the design architecture supports a safe operation. So you should describe basically what's your strategy: independence, component qualification, separation, redundancy, And it should be kind of summarizing basically, but basically it's also considered as the output. So first you perform your safety assessment, it will drive your design. Ideally, it will create requirements. You design your architecture and your UAV accordingly, and you summarize basically what you have concluded in the design installation appraisal. So to sum up this presentation, and I was faster than expected, so we have some time maybe for questions. The safety assessment should not be an afterthought, but ideally a design driver. And the safety assessment in OSO 5 for SAIL 3 should document the CONOPS, the functional operational principles, and how the architecture is supporting the functions and mitigating the failures, and should also describe how single failures and common causes are addressed. So I would like to end on the note that that minimizing hazards is not about preventing every failure, but it's about managing them before they can become a loss of control. And I think with that, I switch to the Slido. Okay, OSO 5, is cybersecurity aspects and intentional jamming need to be considered within FHA? System safety is about random failures, and therefore I would consider that cybersecurity is out of scope. I don't know what is the current status on cybersecurity. Maybe some of my colleagues could complement, or I see.
I can give it a try. Today, there's no MoC related to a dedicated cybersecurity assessment, but anyway, any SAIL drone that's declared or brought on the market will, at least in the future, be under the Cyber Resilience Act, and there is the process applicable to the manufacturer, and there's a cyber risk assessment mandatory. So I assume that those risks are assessed in that context, and ideally, even when not required in the FHA, you should think about external threats to your system and design a robust system and architecture, and not, again, in that case, try after everything is established and designed to come up with a cybersecurity assessment that should fix things that are not easy to fix.
I was thinking to making a parallel with special initialized UAS and cybersecurity, in fact. While the OSO 5 is very much linked with 2510, for cybersecurity, I think we said that we link it to 2500, right? So yeah, in fact, so there is this.
Okay, next one. How can the OSO 5 be used to support declaration of containment function robustness in case of a deviation from MoC Light UAS 2511? It can, yes. It can support, yes. I think we explicitly mentioned that in the means of compliance, that safety assessment can also be used to demonstrate compliance to containment requirements and also to M2 requirements. So because those require certain reliability, then of course you may have different objectives for those functions. I guess it's a topic that we already, I mean, we can repeat the question now for every every presentation. I don't know.
Yeah, we can say just that it's fully clear that not all NAAs have the competency to assess this and that. Some NAAs may have the competence to assess safety assessment, perhaps not structure, or some other may be more equipped for structure and non-safety assessment. So there is this a situation which is, of course, not completely homogenized or harmonized. And this is an area that we identified, in fact, as an area of improvement. If you remember, my presentation at the start regarding the process, there is a slide on the areas for improvement, and this in fact is at least partially taken in that.
Also 5 MoC. Can EASA share rationale behind exclusion of divergence to a predefined safe landing site or predefined safe crash area as not log? Example from SAIL 3, also 5 MoC into medium risk. Not sure I fully get the question, but the rationale is, or the idea is that if you have a system that is able to deal with the loss of another system, and so let's assume a secondary or simpler flight control system or flight control computer that could enable the UAS to land on a predefined site or return to home, then obviously this is not a loss of control. You are still within control of the operation, and basically we are giving credit for having those contingency procedures implemented in the architecture. So I don't know if this is maybe I don't know if this answers the question, but okay, I guess so. There's no reason for constraining the scope of this MoC to a single UA per CMU. Consequently, the current language should be amended to clarify that applicants should incorporate any relevant considerations associated with the management of multiple UA by a single CMU into the FHA. So what I can say is that we have agreed that we will rework the sentence in the means of compliance, which is today ambiguous, and clarify what our expectations would be in terms of multiple simultaneous operation.
Yes.
Well, yes, true.
Yeah, so, well, thank you for the hopefully good news. So I just wanted to ask about the timeline, and also when you talk about expectations, I'm a little bit concerned that those expectations suddenly become new requirements, as opposed to enabling multiple simultaneous operations, which this MoC is currently effectively preventing.
So on the timeline, I think Antonio can say something.
Yeah, I can say something on the timeline. We want to keep a lean process, Diego, for this update, let me say so, of the means of compliance. So we want to update them, and then of course we have to keep the airworthiness task force in the loop, and we will provide the proposal within the airworthiness task force for discussion. And by the way, now I am referring to an airworthiness task force where we have also some industry participation. Then once we do that, we considering that we have this participation of industry from the CSTG, then we may be able, barring a check that we should still do internally, we may be able to consider it as a focused consultation and not go to a public consultation for these few amendments.
Okay, I think I will take a last one, and then we move on to the next presentation. I will answer the other ones after the presentation offline. If a contingency action is enacted by the UAS, for example, return home after C2 link loss, but the remote pilot can't monitor UAS status, should we understand that as a loss of control event? So here, it's a good question. I see that the main risk here is the air risk. So in case of conflict with other traffic, the remote pilot may not be able to act on it. I would assume that there should be requirements for being able to be in contact with ATM, but there's a...
Yeah, I made the question because that is taken from a real case I faced during the phase. And one topic which led us, Antonio is aware about the case, one topic which led us to consider this more as a loss of control event is also that should the UAS experience an undesired condition which may be faced by enabling, for example, the M2 mitigation, he is not aware because simply he is blind over the UAS. So, provided the UAS is able to perform the return home or the diversion to the alternate location, this is fine. But we are not actually aware if that contingency action is being performed smoothly or if any undesired. Okay, that would be a second failure for sure. But this is a borderline condition, and that's why we in the end, in our case, it was faced by a single point of failure. So that's we consider this as a loss of control in the end.
I agree that it's a borderline. It may also depend on the level of automation and the ConOps that you are performing. So it's I guess that you cannot give a black and white answer right now.
It's contingency. It's not. It is involved in emergency procedures. Yes, depending on the design and the
Contingency with the remote pilot.
just remarking that it probably depends on the design and the operation itself, because return to home for possibly loss could be considered contingency, and therefore it would not be loss of control. But if pilot intervention is required to activate the M2 mitigation, then probably that would be loss of control event. So I mean, the answer indeed depends on the UAS design and the UAS operation.
Okay, so we have a right to means of compliance Model 6, and I think, if I'm not wrong, we have a break after that. C2Link. So this is a matter that can be, quite a bit controversial. If I just think about ICAO and their cost panel, there is a lot of thought about the C2Link, and the activity is continuing since quite a long time, and it's becoming really a core activity of the Air Cost panel. So fortunately here we are in a risk level that warrants some simplification. So definition of the C2Link is the data link between the main aircraft and the CMU. You know, the CMU is the Control and Monitoring Unit, our acronym for what is sometimes called the Remote Pilot Station or the Ground Control Station. We call it CMU in our regulation for the purpose of managing the flight. So this function is provided by elements, hardware, software, which is included in the UAS declared configuration, because every declared every application, every declaration of compliance with SAIL3 is regarding a configuration. Of course, unless they are part of external system, here talking of the C2Link is quite natural that then the discussion might easily go to external system, because often the C2Link is supporting beyond radio line of sight by external system like LT or SATCO. And we try to tackle this discussion then in the next slide. External system actually in the SORA, if you know the operational safety objective, are under OSO 13, which is not an operation safety objective for designer, it's for the operator. It's under responsibility of the operator. So some examples of how the external system can be seen. If you have the case, for example, of repeaters, you want to operate beyond radio line of sight, but perhaps you may want to do it with repeaters of the signals. So simple solution. And the declarant, the designer might want to include this in the declared configuration, right? And these are provided with the UAS. So these are, in this case, they would not be treated as external system. They are part of the UAS configuration, declared configuration. Now, the other case is what I mentioned before, mobile network, SATCOM, which are not part of a declared configuration, are not under the control of the designer. And they are, in fact, at the moment in which the UAS operates, they are under the responsibility, from the point of view of the authority, they are under the responsibility of the operator, and this is linked with the ISO 13. All this said, the means of compliance to ISO 6 establishes some obligation, certain obligation for the US designer regarding the external system, as we will see. Now, so where do we start with? Establishing the minimum performances and establish that they are met. So, as I said, this is a level of risk which warrants some simplification. So we start with the range that the C2 link is capable to support. The maximum range. So what is the maximum range that can be reliably covered by your C2 link when you are operating in radio line of sight with no services, in the loop? So this needs to be established. We have a slide after that. Then the latency for this maximum range, what it is. So, but what does it need to be? So the latency of the C2 link is actually to be seen in a more wider context, which is the latency of what in the SORA is called the C2 loop, which is from the moment in which the remote pilot gives a command to the moment in which this command is executed. So there is not just the C2 link there. There is a series of elements, which can go from the control of the pilot to the final actuators. So the question is, what does your UAS need in terms of maximum C2 loop latency? And this may depend on the fact that it needs to be kept within the operational volume. So at the moment in which the pilot needs to act to keep it in the operational volume, then this latency has, of course, needs to be weighed and to be limited. And then there is the SORA air risk side that provides. I think Lino mentioned it before. Provides a requirements in terms of latency. For SAIL 3, we are talking basically of ARC B, and so in this case, the requirement you find in the SORA is quite wide, so that is not probably going to constrain your architecture very much. But still, the C2 link latency is one contribute of the C2 loop latency, so it needs to be compatible with the overall latency. Then we need to ensure the integrity in terms of undetected errors during the data transfer. They should be sufficiently low to not jeopardize the safety of the operation at the moment in which the message is transmitted correctly, but then received not correctly, and this is not detected. These mistakes are not detected, and this transforms in a perhaps in a different, even in a different command in the extreme case that could be quite dangerous. The means compliance provide a quite practical prescription for these, which if I remember well, was proposed by industry. Actually, we had another proposal in the consulted paper, but then the proposal was changed according to industry proposal to implement the cyclic redundancy code. we mention a specified data and a standard polynomial but we give the freedom to the designer to put in place any other solution which ensure a similar robustness. So you see this qualitative proportional approach in our case. Finally, the C2Link should be adequately protected against unauthorized interference or access to C2Link functions. Now, you may have noticed that to the list, continuity and availability are lacking. And there I have put the definition taken from the RPAS panel current work. Availability, the probability that the RPAS panel call, in fact, does not talk of UAS, but of RPAS, remotely piloted aircraft system. Probability that the C2Link is in nominal state for a specific period. And continuity, the probability that the C2Link provides uninterrupted service, especially during demanded operational events. So in our case, we simplify this because the establishment of the minimum continuity and minimum availability might be not easy, quite complex or controversial. So what we say in the means of compliance that for availability and continuity, at the moment in which all the other aspects are met, we consider continuity and availability sufficient. So regarding and going back to the maximum range that I mentioned before, the means of compliance first has a request for the declarant to put some numbers together, let's say, to assess roughly, and I underline roughly, the maximum range that is warranted by the system, achieving some theoretical confidence. You see, the slides report actually parts of the means of compliance with the transmission equation, and so eventually you have a received power which depends on the transmitted power, on losses, and on gains, and eventually the receiver that you have should have a sensitivity adequate to receive the power with some margin. So nothing precise, nothing extreme, just try to put some numbers together. How? With sorry, I switched a slide without wanting it. With some data that you may have, regarding the gain of your antennas and losses, and or assumed if you don't have it for similarity with other components, and establish what you think it should be. Then also for the latency, try to carry out some analytical assessment, considering all the elements in the C2 loop, as we have said before, some in the contribution. You have data sheets, you may compare with our similar components. It is even possible to measure in laboratory in some cases, even for the losses and gains I mentioned before in the chain. Some measurement in lab can be done, or use conservative assumptions. So in all, regarding the latency, if the result is less than the maximum acceptable C2 loop that you have identified before as maximum, then it's okay, and it's okay, and also for the C2 link latency. But then after this rough analytical assessment, you go to some validation test to have something more robust. So what the means of compliance require is to establish, and it's left really to the declarant, establish the best mix of test, flight test, ground test, laboratory test. So there is a lot of flexibility. Include in the setup of the test all the relevant elements of the C2 link. It may be possible to substitute some elements with other elements which simulate the existence of an element. For example, you can simulate a latency if you want with whatever. The point is that at the moment in which you carry out this test to validate your system, you're expected to not observe anything that doesn't work, not degraded C2 link performances. So the test at that moment can be considered passed. the test should not be started with an immature design just to see, if they are fine. Or yes, I'm not saying that you should not start the test, any test, if you don't have a finalized design, but not the test of the means of compliance that should eventually validate your product. So analyze the failures and degraded performances if you have, find the root cause, and you see in bold, you're not supposed to repeat a failed test without having performed a root cause analysis, just to see if this time the test works. If you have, the means of compliance requires you, at the moment in which you start the real test for the validation of your product and you see some problems, then assess the problems, find the root cause before repeating the test, before just the repetition of the test is not sufficient. Operational experience may be used to reduce the number of tests. If it's linked to the discussion we made before. If you have, here is less structure, but if you have a operational here with that kind of UAS and that kind of C2 link, that you may use that operational experience. Then there are some furthermore prescription of the means of compliance, which is protection I mentioned before, and what the means of compliance establishes that suggests to apply a clause of C2 link protection of this standard mentioned there. Actually, there is mentioned as the stand pre-EN, but now it is available as EN. It has been published, so it is being formalized. And it is SEN EN. Or alternative, the Eurokai sessions, the Eurokai guidance document. We will see this document in particular tomorrow when we will speak of specification of UAS. And here is mentioned the part and subpart of the document which you should refer to. Then means to monitor the C2 link performance show that degradation or loss is conveyed with clarity to the remote pilot. And here we can make a link with the operational safety objective 1920 and the means of compliance that Stefan will address later regarding HMI. And include in the flight manual pre-flight check procedure dedicated to the C2 link. Now, external system, which are always a bit not easy to take, let's say. What the means of compliance require to the declarant, which is the designer, is to identify and declare which external system can be utilized as part of the C2 link for the declared configuration. So if you as a designer wants to put on the market, provide to an operator a UAS which is supposed to utilize LTE, for example, for the C2 link, test it with the C2 link before providing it as adequate to be supported by the C2 link. You're supposed to do the test. Same for SATCOM, for example. And then substantiate and record the evidence that the test will be performed with these services in the loop. Of course, it's fully understood that then, the declarant makes the test with the service provider, and then the service provider for the operators can be another one. But this doesn't mean that the designer can be considered free from that. The designer needs to support the operator in these, dealing with the external services, and this external system chapter has been written in the means of compliance for that, to have a declarant designer which provides all possible elements to the operator to support the operator in utilizing external systems. And in fact, there is a note regarding the minimum network requirements that the declarant should define to allow the operator to establish what is called service level agreement, the adequate service level agreement, the SLA, with the external service provider. Now, we have a note trying to specify better what are the minimum network requirements. It is a quite open note, give some examples. Actually, we have identified it as a possible gap still to be filled in terms of standards. And we are suggesting to standard design organization that a standard could be developed to cover these aspects at the interface between the designer and the operator. The establishment of a service level agreement, in fact, for the operator may not always be easier. In this case, what can be done? Actually, at the moment in which it is demonstrated that the system is robust to a failure of an external service, and this is also a link with what Arne was saying before regarding the external system and also 5. At the moment, this is clear that the failure of the external system does not produce a loss of control, then this is an alternative to having to strike a service level agreement with the service provider, because if the failure of the service does not produce loss of control, it's not mandatory. And this is it. Thank you. And can we go to the questions? So, if the C2Link module is commercial off the shelf and the manufacturer provides datasheet with several information, can the declarant just refer to these and declare these values as comply with instead of analyzing, testing these? Well, in fact, we are not saying that you need to test what you have in the datasheet. I hope this was clear in the presentation, but if it was not, in fact, the analytical part of the means of compliance is, as I said, a rough estimation, and you are invited to trust what you have in the data sheet. Then you still have the test in any case. Can I ask a word to clarify why the current means of compliance doesn't allow applicants to take credit for architecture where the degradation of loss of the C2Link does not lead to the America exiting its flight envelope or to a loss of control of the operation? Are there any plans to address this issue? Yes, I think we discussed it, and we tend to agree that at the moment in which it would be clear that the degradation or loss of the C2Link does not lead to an let's say, exit the flight envelope, or yes, in particular, a loss of control. I exiting the flight envelope, for me, it's a loss of control. So we can simplify with a loss of control. If we are able, if the declarant is able to demonstrate, which, for a designer may not become so easy, because it tends to depend also on the operation. But if that is proved, then of course a simplification may be warranted. I confirm. Diego, how many Sale 3 DVR of whole UAS have been approved up to now, even if this is not really linked with the means of compliance with C2Link? I may suggest to take a look tomorrow, or Stefan, if you want to say anything. I don't know.
It's a simple answer, 1. And we try to avoid that we have DVRs for Sale 3, and that was also a reason why we pushed a lot in the development of these declarative means of compliance.
Thank you. The means of compliance seems to be more for radio line of sight. Oftentimes, an LTE 5G C2Link is used. These are virtually unlimited coverage. Yes, but this is in fact what I was addressing with the external systems. All what I said earlier, the external system regards the coverage of these cases, which actually are becoming more and more popular and the normal case. Still, the means of compliance provides this indication and test for the radio line of sight situation in the cases in which it is applicable. If the test specified in the means of compliance was 6 demonstrate the required link performance, is it necessary to document the analytical assessment? The test will demonstrate more reliable data than the analytical assessment. Well, perhaps so, but the analytical assessment is also there to, let's say, invite the declarant, the designer, to understand how things work in the C2Link, because we think this is useful and due for a declarant designer to know the design. So I am perfectly aware that the analytical assessment is not going to give a final answer, as it is taken quite qualitatively here. And in any case, at the moment in which you have an external service, this is a very relative value. But still, the means of compliance currently is structured in such a way that you should do that at the best of your possibilities, let's say. Can EASA define minimum requirement for the agreement between the operator and the external service provider, such as LT or something? No, we cannot define minimum requirement for agreement. This is the SLA. This is the service level agreement topic, and this is between really the operator and the external service. Really not possible to tackle it from our point of view. It would be something that might be tackled with a standard. Again, we like standard. We would like that there will be more standards, and we want consensus, industry consensus standard, because they are robust. But unfortunately, we are still living in a situation in which standards were not available, and they are being built by ASTM, by EuroCAE, and other SDOs. But it is very gradual. We have now, just for your information, we have this organization, EUSCG, European UAS Standard Coordination Group, in which we have recently decided and shifted to a more direct approach in terms of defining gaps in regarding standards. So we are defining gap report now, managed by expert of the authority, but they exchange with SDOs. And in this gaps report, we should identify really the gaps that we need to be filled so that the regulation, or not only of the US, but also U-Space, is completely covered by, eventually by standard. Tell me until I have time. Huh? I don't have time. So I stop. Thank you very much. Now, after OSO 6, well, it's again me. OSO 8. Break. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for the good news. So we are now at OSO 8, Criterion 1, Flight Manual. In this case, sorry, but there are no slides. Actually, I thought it was more practical to highlight something in the means of compliance for the reason I will say, because this means of compliance is based on a ASTM standard. I said before that as far as possible, we want to use consensus standards, and this was the one that, by the way, was highlighted as a good standard by a project that we ran some time ago. It was called Shepherd. And a project really dedicated not just to design, but in general to identify and to review standards and identify which of them were usable for the overall regulation. So we in fact followed the suggestions, so to say, and implemented, so to say, this standard in the means of compliance. But we had to make some, let's say, adaptation. It's an American standard, STM. So part of this adaptation comes from the fact that the settings when it was developed was in fact not European. So, but okay, going through it, and let me see. I have the standard from the other side. This is the ISTM standard I was mentioning. Let me see if I can. If I can go up, I wanted to show you the title. Standard specification for a manned aircraft flight manual for a manned aircraft system. So what we did in the means of compliance is, as you see here, what I have highlighted, use the standard, considering the following changes adaptation to ensure compatibility with the European regulatory framework. And so I will show you some of those just to give you the flavor. The standard says the standard mentions several other standards of ASTM, perhaps also others. So what we say is, look, review and application of the standard reference by this standard are not considered necessary. Instead, UAS designer demonstrating compliance with this means of compliance should rely on the other design means of compliance applicable to SAIL 3 as primary reference framework. Otherwise, you would be really lost in all the standard reference by the ASTM standard. Then operated in the light UAS category, change in operated in SAIL 3, you see? So adaptation to our context. Then I highlight there, applicant proponent is defined by ASTM as the person or organization responsible for seeking the approval to operate and operate in an unmanned aircraft. We write to be understood in our context as UAS designer, which provides the flight manual. The ground control station is for us the CMU, as I mentioned before. These reference there 514 of the standard substitute with information supported the UAS operator in definition of normal, contingency and emergency operating procedure. Now, I am not going back to the standard, but I remember here the fact is that instead of talking of contingency, the standard talks of abnormal operating procedure or something like that. So we use normal, contingency, and emergency, and so let's continue to use them. The command and control link, add to the list of what the standard defines in chapter 7.5.4, we require the applicant to the SAIL 3 to add to that list the information and the means of compliance to OSO 5 specifically requires to be included in the flight manual. And so on and so forth, you know. So this is the list of the modification. Then there are some plus. Add on top the following. For example, we require the declarant to define the minimum crew, in the final flight manual, the minimum crew required to operate the UAS and the maximum number of UAS that can be controlled with one CMU, which goes back to the discussion of the MSO, multiple simultaneous operation, on which Diego asked the question before and on which Arne confirmed that we are modifying the wording in the means of compliance to enable in some way multiple simultaneous operation. Minimum training for the remote pilot to handle the specific characteristic of the UAS. It is not reflected in the ASTM standard, but, and this comment was also provided by the remote pilot training task force that we have in the tab, that the manual should include information which comes from the UAS designer regarding the minimum training for the remote pilot, specifically for you know, the platform, the UAS could be, may have specific needs in terms of remote pilot training, which are not captured by the general training. We are pointing to the specificities. Then the use of external systems. The standard to my memory, the standard does not tackle external system or just very lightly. So we said, add these for external system. And this is very much taken from the chapter of the C2Link Means of Compliance dedicated to external systems. And then we have the mitigations in the JAROS, in the SORA framework, and which are quite important. So we need to reflect somehow in the flight manual aspects regarding the mitigation. anything as required. For example, a mitigation means may have a specific needs in terms of the remote pilot operating, I don't know, a parachute or controlling the trigger, you know, of the parachute or whatever else. So consider mitigation means of SORA in the flight manual. Yeah, and this is basically it for this presentation. So perhaps we have recovered some time now. If there are any questions, and I will switch to, I try to press ask, but it's not sufficient. I have probably to close all the, okay, it's there. Have you discussed with insurance provider they prepare to insure designers committing to sell tray assurance in absence of DVR? Again, so this is not really a question linked with the means of compliance on the flight manual, but the insurance is not anyway under the EASA remit, I would say. Lino, do you want to take on this question? I see you smiling.
There's nothing that's accurate. So we are got in contact with some insurance companies, and but I don't think that we can then tell them how they can provide insurance. I'm sure that if anyone is using an approach that is consistent with what the EASA is proposing, then automatically the insurance is considered.
Okay. So from Diego, UFM is not a training syllabus, and this is fully understood. Forcing designers to prescribe minimum training risks duplicating contradicting the operator's approved training manual. It should instead include the UAS technical characteristic and unit behavior that operators should integrate into their training manuals. So again, in this case, we have really some difference of opinion in the sense that the UAS, the product may have some specificities for which there might need some need of specific training that the manufacturer, the designer of the UAS would be required to identify. And this is the frame and the place where we want to identify it in the flight manual. As I mentioned, this was recommended by the TAP task force on the remote pilot training in particular. Lino?
Yeah, I want to say that we had the discussion already also in these jobs. So SORA is too much operational. Operator. So we are giving the operator a lot of responsibility for which most probably they don't have data. Especially so when we talk about what would be the minimum skill so for the remote pilot to work. When tomorrow we are going to have drones that have high level of automation, then most probably the manufacturer may provide an assurance that the drone has been designed in a way that we don't need anymore to have a remote pilot. And then maybe there is a very limited practical training. So this is something that we need to solve. Also, if you do a parallel in the manual aviation, know that we have the OS relations to the data. So where is the manufacturer that identify the minimum scale? That's the pilot on the aircraft itself. So it's something that we already have in aviation, where we cannot always consider that the operator may, and it's not the operator call to decide, for example, if they should, let's assume that your drones may be operated fully automatic. I can upload the function. It's not their call to decide if they should not have any remote pilot. It's the decision on the manufacturer that they will identify that. You design in a way that the contingency and emergency procedures may be carried out automatically by drone safely, and we don't need to have a remote pilot monitoring all the time. So it's used as a manufacturer. They decide how much will be the flight, not flight.
Thank you. How is the flight manual different from the operations manual ISO 2.5? I guess there will be a lot of duplication regarding the chapter content. Well, duplication, yes, in the sense that what is established in the flight manual and should be reflected in the operational manual will be taken and will be also inserted in the operational manual of the operator. The operator will base himself on the flight manual and take the relevant part of the flight manual, but the operation manual goes well beyond the flight manual. Again, Lino, if you want to add.
Maybe the operator may just refer in some cases to some elements of the flight manual. Maybe especially when we have lower sail, the operator will just use whatever are the procedures that are defined by the manufacturer. However, as said by Antonio, should there be something more? So there are, we are going to publish on the EASA website example of operation manual. There is already one that is published on EASA website that was proposed by Jarus, which is support of the European Authority. Now, for the 3 standard scenario, we want to have a dedicated operation manual where we identified also what are the technical requirements of the operation manual that maybe just use a reference to the flight manual or maybe copy and paste. That then will be verified in our example.
Yeah. Does the flight manual structure have to strictly follow the STM standards to be understood as a guidance? Well, I would say that the important thing is that it contains the information required, including the modification that we did in particular. But nobody is going to question if the structure and some information is put before or after. Does EASA assume the layout known for main aviation is suitable and the style manual guide? Well, the layout, where is it? The layout should appear from the ASTM standard that we refer to. Stefan, do you want to add anything? I see you.
I think in general, our the means of compliance are not so prescriptive that you need to take the character size and the formatting. The content matters. No? You need to sign a declaration, and you need to have the proper evidence to be able to sign that. And if a content is split across paragraphs or documents or combined in documents, that's, I think, secondary.
Thank you. I would like to take a list. The maximum number of UAS that can be operated in the CMU means just the technically possible maximum number, or should this also include the operational human factor aspects? Certainly technical possibility. I would also refer to the human factor aspects because human factor is covered, in fact, by one means of compliance that Stefan will present after. Regarding operation, the operation itself may then, for the operator, pose further limitation, and that may go beyond what is established in the flight manual. Okay. I think I can finish here, and the next 2 means of compliance will be presented by Stefan, starting with envelope protection.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Stefan Rohnig. I'm leading the section for UAS. That's doing the design verification, certification of flight conditions for drones. So SAIL 3 is normally not my main area of competence. Nevertheless, I try to support the activity for 2 authors, which are partially a bit outside of my comfort zone. But let's see. It seems, at least with the MoC to author 18, worked quite well, because this is really, I had to look into the document to see if there was any discussion or any controversial aspect, because after it was published, I'm not aware of any discussion related to this means of compliance. So it's may work. So first, trying to clarify what is the criteria in the EASA. The drone or the UAS must prevent the pilot from making any single input under normal operating conditions that cause the drone to exceed its flight envelope or to prevent it from recovering in a timely fashion. So the drone must be protected from the pilot. We try to provide some definitions. What is a single input? So to not be too strict in when somebody is really trying to push and make the aircraft do something, he may manage. Also, what is the flight envelope and what is needed to do the assessment. What is not in the scope, or maybe why it is working. If it is demonstrated that the pilot does not have means to operate the drone outside its flight envelope, the EASA is not applicable. So when there's a high level of automation, and honestly, that's what I'm seeing today for most designs that are in an area where we engage into a design verification report, the pilot in most cases has no means to push an aircraft beyond its flight envelope because the systems are designed in a way that the aircraft is operated within the envelope, and then we have also 5 that's ensuring that those systems work properly. So also what is not inside of the scope, and that's something that we had to adjust after the consultation, human errors during mission or flight planning, flight preparation, or human errors not linked with a flight envelope. So when somebody is trying to terminate the flight or release the payload when it's not appropriate, this is not assessed under these means of compliance. Nevertheless, there is a link with other OSOs 1920, which should look into those aspects, or some of those aspects. What is required? To protect the flight envelope, you need to know what is the flight envelope. So you have to establish a limit flight envelope as a designer of the drone. So you need to know what are the limits of the aircraft. It could be structural limits, it could be controllability, it could be performance, it could be whatever, and it could be an operational limitation of an equipment. It could be a limit that's driven by a containment function or M2 mitigation, which is constraining what can be done. So you need to know what the aircraft can do. Then you have to identify flight parameters that are relevant for the protection of that envelope. And it depends on the aircraft. It depends on the phase of flight, on the type of maneuver. It could be speed, angle of attack, or side slip angle, accelerations, pitch and bank angles, pitch, roll, and yaw rates, power settings, whatever. There are many parameters that could be used to limit or to protect efficiently the envelope. Then you have to implement it either in the flight control system on board of the aircraft or in the CMU. Of course, when it's CMU doing it, you may load the C2 link and the criticality of the CMU quite a lot, so probably not the smartest way to do it. Then you have to demonstrate that the protection is working. So ground test, flight test, analysis, simulation, or combination. There's no, the means of compliance is not very prescriptive. It leaves you a lot of room to identify what is the appropriate demonstration to show that it is working. If the system engages and limits the pilot needs to be aware or should be aware that the system is limiting his input, that okay, if he may push further, that he may overrule the system and leading to a loss of control. But first, he should be aware when the system is engaging and limiting his input. And of course, when the situation is solved or the envelope or his input is again normal, he should have means to regain the appropriate level of control. It does not mean that after this event, he needs to be manually on the controls. It's when the operation is automated, he was trying to push the airspeed further than needed. Okay, the routine operation at level of control is probably, again, the automated status of the operation. And last but not least, there should be a clear and concise description of the system, architecture, modes, transients, and how it interacts with the pilot to enable the operator to train the pilots, to make the pilots aware what feature is designed into the drone and what is limiting his input. I have one example, and there are a few examples in the means of compliance, and they're only examples, so you don't have to do what's in there. They can be taken as an inspiration, but don't try to follow word by word an example and believe you have addressed everything. So an example could be that it's required to limit the rate of descent for certain aircraft configuration. If it's a VTOL and the pilot can more or less switch off or reduce the power significantly, the aircraft may lose control. So an automated function limiting or ensuring that there's always sufficient thrust to protect the aircraft from a critical rate of descent or critical flight vector is implemented in the flight control system. And then the established limit, as well as the proper engagement and efficiency of the automated protection, is demonstrated. You can do flight test analysis or even a simulation and demonstrate that, okay, with that minimum level of thrust, my aircraft can have a sink rate which may always be less than the sink rate of the vortex or whatever will drive the loss of control, and you demonstrate or you declare then for that parameter and for that state that you have a system. There's also an example that, or there also may be a natural protection. The aircraft may have a characteristic while the pilot has certain power, but he cannot leave the flight envelope. It could be a fixed-wing aircraft, and it's probably the case for a lot of aero models that have a stall characteristic which is absolutely safe. So whatever the pilot is doing, the aircraft will continue to fly stably and controllable to a certain extent. So there is no need in that case to add an automated system that's limiting the stick or the elevator deflection. When the elevator deflection is anyway by default limited, that you cannot enter into a critical state. And there is the link with other OSOs. Also 5 is of course very important. It's a system, or when it is needed and you have an automated system, it's a system and it needs to be designed and installed in accordance with OSO 5. Then we have also 1920 with safe recovery from a human error. In OSO 19, it's meanwhile stated that the envelope protection is out of that, but it may complement, especially on human errors which are not directly linked to the envelope. And of course, also 20 human factor evaluation when there's a scenario and there's in the OSO 5 or in the documentation, you claim that the aircraft is or that an error is manageable. This should be probably confirmed as part of the human factor evaluation. Not directly an OSO, but there may be features of a containment system or an M2 mitigation that, of course, should not be negatively impacted. So you should not limit your envelope above the limits of a parachute that's installed. And there may other adverse effects. So you should not adversely affect the working of the containment and technical mitigations. And otherwise, vice versa, this should also not have a negative impact. That's from my side on the OSO 18. Need to close? It's first, should envelope protection consider external impact, wind gusts which may lead to a stall? I wanted to say, no, this is support B. You need to have a controllable maneuverability and you need to have environmental limitations that are appropriate for the design of the aircraft. This is not a human error. So, and I hope that the flight control system and the automated system are designed in a way to properly reflect the operational limitations of the drone, and that when they are not defined properly, that this is addressed in that design. Could you clarify how a high level of automation can be determined? Example, an operation only requires that the pilot slides a bar to initiate the flight. Then the whole flight from takeoff to dispatch is conducted automatically. Is this a high automation? In the means of compliance, for the purpose of also 18, it is defined when, or it is important when the pilot cannot exceed the flight envelope. There is no need to design a system that's protecting the aircraft from the pilot. So I think the discussion on what is the, or which is the appropriate, or which levels of automation and artificial intelligence are existing and appropriate, that's a bit beyond what we should try to solve this afternoon. Can we assume that yes, first, can we assume that for highly automated, where trajectory is controlled via waypoint definition by the remote pilot, envelope protection would only be required for flight parameters that can be directly controlled by the remote pilot, e.g. airspeed, if he has the capacity to act on the airspeed? Yes.
Stefan, I would recommend, given the time and the fact that probably the next one is even wider, I would recommend we shift to the next one.
Okay. Somehow linked, but not directly related. Also 19 and 20, systems detecting and or recovering from human errors are developed according to industry best practices. This is also 19. Or the UAS information and control interfaces are clearly and succinctly presented and do not confuse, cause unreasonable fatigue, or contribute to remote crew errors that could adversely affect the safety of the operation. That's also 20. For also 20, there's a low level of assurance you can declare when the manufacturer conducts a human factor evaluation of the UAS to determine if the HMI is appropriate for the mission. And the HMI evaluation is based on an inspection or analysis. The focus of the means of compliance is a lot on analysis, but inspection is possible. The structure of the MoC is establishing a baseline, mainly through a link with other authors. There's some general information about the human factor design process and approach, about mission requirements and system function description, the level of scrutiny and depth of the assessment, general information about human factor methodology and analysis, and there's an annex with a checklist. So this flowchart briefly describes what is the process. You have to describe, you have to identify what is the problem, what is the configuration, the crew, scenarios, what are the crew tasks. You have to derive what is the critical or what is the interesting equipment and scenarios, which procedures are affected. Then you assess mainly novelty and criticality to identify the level of scrutiny. So how much you have to engage and invest to do the assessment. You have to break down or further limit or identify the affected equipment or the scenarios that you want to look into. And then the method of assessment. Then you do your evaluation, and at the end, based on that evidence, you declare. The level of scrutiny in the means of compliance is mainly affected by the novelty, which is you have new functions or new design items that affect the crew, but they are not previously evaluated by the designer. So when you have done the assessment of that function and that task with the same design or similar design, this is not necessarily a novel function. Critical is any single human error that can lead to a loss of control of the operation, or where an immediate correct crew action is required to mitigate a foreseeable event. So that's going back to what we've learned from ISO 5. When you have declared in your FHA that the pilot is expected to save the day, please provide evidence that he's able to save the day. So where we have new functions and where the criticality or where the criticality of the system is considered high, there should be an evaluation by means of a scenario-based or system-level assessment. I try to put here the different methodologies on the screen. The basic one is an inspection and analysis. You identify what you inspect, what you have, what is, as explained previously, what is critical for the crew, which are the tasks, what they have to do. You do an analysis of these tasks within the intended operation, and then you do an evaluation. If the interface, if the task, if the description of the task, if the information provided to the pilot is appropriate. The next higher level of scrutiny would be a system level assessment. You focus on a specific design item. You have, for example, a termination system where the pilot is expected to react within, I don't know how many seconds on a certain alert. You look into the information that's provided to him, into the systems, into the interactions, what information he has available, and include relevant operational procedures and make an assessment with a human factor background if this is appropriate. And then the highest level of scrutiny is a scenario-based approach. You have a diverse sample of crews that are representative of the future users. And that's, of course, one of the difficulties we have. It's not really helping when the company flight test pilot who was done all the flight testing is now doing a human factor assessment. He's probably the worst person who can do it. He knows all the problems that the aircraft has. He knows all the indication, all flaws, and he knows how to react. So you need to have a representative crew. You need to expose the crew to real operational conditions in a test bench, in a simulator, or in real life operation. You need to identify a set of test objectives. You need to identify the scenarios, including triggering events. It could be a communication with a launch crew. It could be a failed system. It could be something that's a system failure or an ATM request, which may increase the workload and in combination with normal action is triggering errors. And this scenario should be operationally representative with realistic task sharing and workflows. Okay, let's skip this. In the annex, there is a checklist. It starts with a bit simplified, the procedure, who is doing what. And there is a link to also 8, what are the operational procedures. There is a link to the crew training. So who is the standard crew that's doing those activities? So what are the procedures? Who is doing what? Then there's part B. It's detailing the evaluation process. And it could be inspection, analysis, a reference of a previous human factor evaluation, which is considered representative for the current design, or B2, the scenario-based evaluation. And then there's a chapter C, I think 70 human factor design principles. It's quite a detailed list of considerations, points you should consider, you should look at when you design the interface and when you do the assessment. So it's about the environment, the ergonomics, the controls, how you present information, how you deal with certain system behavior or automation, how you manage errors, also consideration for multiple CMUs or multiple aircraft with one CMU or with a handover of the crew, and considerations of the flight manual. So, and we have some discussion. So, or in general, the means of compliance provides high-level guidance on the process, on the evaluation methods, and on human factor design considerations. The scrutiny depends primarily on the novelty and the criticality. And we have some discussion on that MoC. It seems to be not proportionate or not perceived proportionate in all cases. And we will review the statement of compliance and the checklist to increase the flexibility. An idea is to separate the part C of the annex to make this clear that this is more guidelines, that this is not in all cases a checklist that's filled for every box when certain areas are not applicable, or you don't have to do it. That's already clear, but maybe disconnected a bit from the declaration to create or to improve the flexibility.
We have some minutes for some questions. We have some time for to take some questions.
Let's. Okay. Can EASA confirm that this human factor means of compliance is not applicable if it can be demonstrated that the UAS architecture neither allows for single human error to lead to a loss of control of the operation, nor requires immediate crew action to prevent a loss of control of the operation? I can confirm that for a system where the crew has limited authority to command anything that's leading to a loss of control, there's not a lot you have to do. I need to check the single human error. I think we have in the means of compliance a language that all contributing systems that, or all systems that contribute to a human error leading to a loss of control should be assessed. So that's something that we need to take and clarify. Next question. As a CMU developer, we see a lot of operators developing own CMUs approved for Sale 2 operations with relatively low quality adherence to HMI design principles asked for by the MoC. Is there a plan to mandate the EASA MoC for large UAS applications? So I think seems to be two questions. First, for Sale 2, in principle, the means of compliance is applicable. It has the same assurance level or integrity level. What would help and what we try to get is also additional industry standards on HMI interfaces that may be used alternatively to a scenario-based approach for certain operations. We may, if we get additional information, we may be able to amend the MoC to be more open, or to also provide guidance maybe for simple cases. So to promote that for Sale 2 operation, probably a more straightforward approach is done. Also, I remember to have heard this morning that there will be an EN standard that addresses the HMI for the standard scenarios. So there should be some development of standards which should also promote human factor as potentially critical competence for designers. Is there a plan to mandate the EASA MoC for large UAS applications? It depends what is large. It's a large drone or a large operation, or if we talk about higher risk levels, We have requirements in the special condition light UAS going addressing human factor, but in general, there's not a lot of information that could be added to what we have in the MoC for Cell 3. Maybe the EASA involvement and engagement and the level of scrutiny would be higher for those operations or those applications. How are we in time?
I think we should stop because we have.
Okay, then it's your turn.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go to the last one, also 24. Here it is. UAS designed to limit the effect of adverse environmental conditions. So this is what is taken from the SORA table. You know, actually the SORA has quite some wording in the introduction of the operation safety objective, and then there is this integrity prescription that the UAS is designed to limit the effect of the environmental conditions defined and reflected in the UAS flight manual. So this has been tackled by the means of compliance approach in the sense that utilizing the MoC, the declarant, the designer should establish the envelope of the environmental condition that should not be exceeded during the UAS operation, report this envelope in the flight manual, and demonstrate with a reasonable confidence that the UAS can in fact sustain this envelope. And how do we do that? These are the general principles. It's eventually quite a flexible means of compliance again. First of all, we open to flight test, and there are two alternatives. Why there are two alternatives? Because these two alternatives are linked to two different ASTM standards, which points out a different way of doing it. Either perform a minimum of 40 flight hours to demonstrate all environmental conditions in the scope, according to that standard, or and this other is referring to the durability and reliability ASTM standard, I believe. It's perform 3 flight hours spread over at least 3 flights for each environmental condition. Now, laboratory test is always an option. You know that the O160 is quite well known as a standard to carry out tests in laboratories to comply with and assess environmental condition and the withstanding of environmental condition by the aircraft. We complemented with this ASTM standard on standard specification for batteries for use in small unmanned aircraft system. Nevertheless, we say in the means of compliance that certain conditions like vibration, pressure, altitude, obviously maximum wind, we cannot consider the laboratory sufficient to provide evidence at aircraft level. So the indication is to check at least these in flights or also in flights. But eventually, we don't believe that this means of compliance will lead to a lot of usage of the O160 because the 160 has some complexity and some cost in application with having to also go in a specialized laboratory. The MoC itself provides flexibility for declarant to utilize not only flight tests, but under their responsibility, partly ground tests. So we would expect that the majority of applicants may seldom use the O160G. I should mention that this means of compliance was written with the very good help and assistance of ENAC, of Vincenzo, who is here in the and of course, then you will tackle some questions, perhaps, Vincenzo. So there are some particular cases that deserves to be pointed out here. high-intensity radiative field. It is hardly feasible to address them with ground and flight tests. So typically, these are addressed based on the O116, in fact. An alternative is always to establish limitation in the flight manual, strict limitations. Lightning, we had a discussion regarding this, and we consider that it's probably not necessary to take a lightning in sail 3. So that, you know, the question is always this: sail 3, loss of control, 10 to the -3 per flight hour. Is lightning really going to significantly affect, even if not tested, this 10 to the -3? We believe not. Nevertheless, if the intended operation of the UAS is supposed to be particularly exposed to lightning, then certainly it is responsibility of the declarant to perform the applicable test. And then humidity. This could be a potential area of improvement of the MISO compliance. We could provide the flexibility instead of, you know, measuring up to which humidity can be utilized, that if you test the UAS in presence of rain, then it could just not be necessary to address humidity, and the feedback and the information for the operator would be this, that simply the UAS can be operated in rain, and the operator can deduce about humidity. At the end of the means of compliance, you have a summary table of the, let's say, a short list of minimum information, and the short list would be the 5 items that you see at the top: wind, operating temperature, pressure, altitude, vibration, relative humidity. We are asking that that table is compiled at least for those environmental conditions, that they are declared as tested. In fact, you see already that there is a yes where it is tested. And okay, now I don't want to in detail, but then you find some indications in the note under the table regarding how to address in which sense vibrations are assessed, and some indication regarding rain, hail, and so on and so forth. And this would be it for the presentation, I think, and we could go to the question. Beyond dedicated flight testing, can EASA clarify why real-world operational experience has not been considered valid? A valid demonstration means. I think that already the means of compliance mentions, if not in this terminology, real-world operational experience, but mention operational experience somewhere, and provides and says that operational experience can be brought to support the demonstration. Anyway, if it can be put in even clearer words, we will do it with the update of the means of compliance. Can the 40 flight hours serve? Yes. Can the 40 flight hours serve as rationale to justify enough robustness regarding here? This is difficult. We had a late discussion with Vincenzo. Vincenzo, you want to tackle this question? If you have the, Lino, do you have the microphone? You had the microphone? Yes. Or you can come here, Vincenzo.
Okay. The point is regarding the health. The health environment covers several options of frequency, and foresees a very specific waveform and intensity of the electromagnetic field, ranging from 10 kHz up to 40 kHz. So it is several decades in terms of frequency. So the point is that we consider that it is really unfeasible to achieve the exposure of a UAS in a flight test campaign for all this range of frequencies with the appropriate electromagnetic field strength and waveforms. So that's why even for managed aviation, it is not allowed to demonstrate such a condition in flight. We rather consider that an allegation for UAS could be making reference to the ASTM 3367, which is a simplified standard which is also accepted partially by FAA for lower category managed aircraft. But this standard in turns point to lower categories of beyond 160G, which are used for the qualification.
May I take the occasion to say, in answer to a question that was posed before regarding the competence of NAA to tackle some items, that this is an example of competence. I will also add, in any case, that we are establishing, and also refer to the previous question, training session for NAAs on specific topics, and in particular on the OSO 5, we will give a training session very soon. And then I would just take one more question, but I need to ask what it really means specifically, because this similarity review, we don't mention any similarity review, neither in positive nor in negative terms in the means of compliance, to my memory. Diego, can you please explain better?
Yes, so basically,
sorry, we need to give you a mic.
yeah, so basically, as you know, we the industry develops different models, and we are improving every time. So the question here is if the same elements are similar elements are transferred from one model to the next one, how can the terminal take the current model sort of similarity?
So you're making the case, for example, talking of elements of components taken by an aircraft configuration and shifted to the another configuration, which therefore, given the configuration might be very different, might not qualified for the operational experience at aircraft level. But you're saying, for example, for vibrations, these components could be considered okay. Is this the example, a correct example? Yeah, for example, I could say, you know, it depends, because it depending on the okay, we are talking usually of electrical engine, but in general sense, propulsion, if it not be electrical, would provide some specific vibrations depending on the propulsion. So in that case, you may question if the components may still be valid, or but you know, apart from this case, then I would say that yes, if the operation is in a similar environment and all the rest of the platform, you consider that structurally is not going to provide a different kind of vibration, but you should make a similarity to demonstrate that the structural part is not so different, let me say, that will produce a different spectrum of vibration for this specific example. Stefan.
I would challenge that interpretation and would turn it around. I can hardly imagine any laboratory test or ground test or flight test which is 100% identical to the product that you at the end send to the customer. You always have to make an assessment and analyze that your test is representative for what you want to test and what you want to demonstrate. So I would start from that assumption. And when you have a laboratory test which is representative also for the new model, or you can argue that this is the case, even the housing is or mounting or something is different. But when you're testing humidity, all characteristics representative for water ingress are the same. Okay, I think the ground test or the laboratory test can be considered as representative, and you can fill the declaration form and provide evidence to the test report.
Thank you. I think we have to stop here for timing reasons, and I would invite Tobias to the podium. There he is. All the applause for you. Great expectation. So, okay, this is the presentation. Let me switch. And you present yourselves. So, yes, design compliance, the real experience from NAAs.
I try to do. I know we are running late already and the oxygen is completely used up, but maybe you can stand a few more minutes with me. I was asked by Antonio to provide a little bit of the other side. So from the NAAs, what is our experience with implementing all those MoCs you have seen before? And I was lucky enough to talk all the NAAs that have already worked with SAIL3 application and accepted those SOCs. So fun fact aside is when I asked them what is your main struggle or your main issue you are having with the SAIL3 process, not a single NAA that worked with them provided any issues with the MoC so far. That doesn't mean they are perfect. We know they will be updated eventually, and you're still working, and thanks a lot for providing those MoCs. But as an NAA, or from an NAA perspective that has worked with the whole process, the MoCs as they are, at least they are working in basic mode already. The problems we are facing are a little bit more conceptual in the process on how we apply them. And I would really like to go into that. Before we do that, I'd like to have at least those definitions up. I know you're all experts and you're working for a long time in UAV, but I think that's really important that we straighten that out. So statement of compliance is one way to state that you're compliant with a MoC. A MoC is nothing more than an AMC. So it's if you're compliant to that MoC, it's acceptable for the NAA or for EASA and to work with that. You do that by a statement of compliance. That statement of compliance can only be done by the manufacturer, right? And then, since the whole UAS industry in Europe is totally operator-centric, the operator has that provide that statement of compliance to the competent authority, wherever that might be. SAIL4, it's definitely EASA. SAIL3, it might be the National Aviation Authority. So starting from there, I tried to do that last time with a picture of, or a simplified picture of the real life, which looked pretty much like that. Short story, that didn't work out quite well. So I tried to simplify that a little bit more. Starting with the things that work. As soon as the manufacturer and the operator are one entity, this is really working quite nicely, because we as an NAA are allowed to assess the operator and ask the operator for all the evidence. And since the operator is also the manufacturer, it's quite easy. They have all the data, they can provide all the data. And if we want to audit, was the word you used before, Antonio, the manufacturer, we can just ask the operator, we would like to visit you. You have an operational authorization, we can go there. It's really easy for an NAA to do that. And this is what we all have done in Europe so far. So all NAAs that have granted SAIL3 operational authorization before, and we have done that at least in Germany for the last 4.5 years, are working with that situation, that the manufacturer is also the operator that has applied for a SAIL3, which is quite nicely. So The next step from there, and we are already working on that for quite some time, is that you separate those two, that you have a manufacturer who wants to sell to different operators. Usually that's one of the operators we already have in the portfolio, because now they have gained some experience over the last years, and now they want to sell their kind of sales-free drone to other operators who want to use or who want to duplicate the same operation. And now it's getting a little bit more complicated. Since we are only allowed as an NAA so far to address the operators, we don't have access to the manufacturers anymore. This is quite easy as long as the manufacturer still is an operator on the site, and we can go there, which is the case in many applications we have. But we are facing now manufacturers who are not even planning to operate a drone, who are only manufacturers, or who are coming from a different country and providing drones to German operators. And now it's getting interesting. So now we have a manufacturer we cannot access, we cannot visit, who is supplying drones to operators, and we have to ask all the evidence or all the SOCs from the operator, which is, Antonio really had a nice picture with all those arrows going around to the operator, then to the manufacturer and back. And yeah, we figure out how to do that, and we did that, and we are almost about to grant a manufacturer, an operator who's not manufacturer, the first Sales 3 operation. They have gained a lot of experience in Sale 2, so the operator is at least mature enough. The drone is already flying Sale 3, but straightening out all the different documents and making it all compliant to the MoCs and the different manuals and evidence files you require to have is really some kind of work. It takes some time, and we came up with a big matrix just to find out for each MoC which documents are required. And this is really, it's getting a little bit complicated, but still doable. But starting from there, as soon as you have one manufacturer, he's selling that to different operators. So this is the situation we are facing in Germany at the moment. The two on the left are one entity, and then we have standing at least 6 operators in a row, all planning to operate the same drone in Sales 3 in the near future. And as soon as the documentation will be finished, which will hopefully be very soon, we will see those operations, which is quite nice. But this is not where it ends. This was complicated. We kind of figured out how to do that in Europe. But now that we are going from there and we are really scaling up and we are seeing more and more Sales 3 applications, we are coming to that situation. Now we have a manufacturer in one country, which might work one way or another, but they are selling the drones in a different country. And that operator is going to his NAA. And now we have 2 NAAs responsible for one manufacturer. No, we are not responsible because there is no NAA responsible for the manufacturer. We can only assess the operator. So who's that right NAA going to? To the operator and then asking for the same evidence files like the first one? Then you have 2 NAAs checking the same SOCs at the same time? Or is the second NAA just asking the first NAA, have you accepted it? And then saying, yeah, that's nice, I do the same based on your assessment, whatever that was. And the other question is, who's doing the oversight? Is there a way to visit that manufacturer and look if he's doing? Can you work with that? I even left one thing out. The operators in that scenario, do they really know if the SOC is still valid? So if that manufacturer closed down his gates and is bankrupt or whatever, is there the information really flowing to the operators if they just bought the drone, took the SOCs, going to the NAA and then never talked to the manufacturer again? Those procedures are really, let's say, to introduce that for one operator is quite easy. You just request from the operator to have a contract with the manufacturer that he is updating or getting information about the SOCs on a daily, weekly basis, whatever, or that the manufacturer has a maintenance contract, so they are in touch over time. All those problems only arise as soon as you divide the manufacturer from the operator. Just getting those together, I think, oh, that's interesting. We have identified those three different weaknesses we are still trying to figure out and we are still working on. So the first one is the operator who is getting a SOC from a manufacturer does not know if the NAA will accept it. And even if the NAA in one country does, this might not be the case in another country. Still, second point is the operator and the NAA do not know if the SOC is still valid unless there is a maintenance contract or a special requirement, but that's not written in the 947 as for now. Second main issue we are trying to circumnavigate in one way or another is which NAA is responsible for the manufacturer. Of course, we are only dealing with operators, but then the question comes up, can there be two entities be responsible at the same time? Can there be two NAAs working and accepting the SOCs from one manufacturer? Maybe three NAAs accepting the SOCs from one manufacturer? And who is then doing the oversight, if there is any oversight at all? But this is a concept we accepted that there is a declarative approach as an NAA, that's fine, but a declarative approach goes hand in hand with someone who's doing the oversight. Like for the C0 class labeled drones, it's declarative only, but there is an entity who's doing some checks eventually. So this is one thing we are still trying to figure out, how that goes hand in hand, as there are more and more Sales 3 applications. Those are questions we are dealing with. And then most important, at least for the NAAs and for the ones who are working, if we stumble around a statement of compliance that we think is non-compliant, or let's put it, the SOC is maybe not valid because the evidence is non-compliant to the MoC. Someone declared he is compliant to MoC 2512 for the M2. And during an audit, we noticed that there is no evidence available. After, yeah, maybe not even we accepted it. Maybe someone else, another NAA accepted it, and we stumble around the operator and find out that that manufacturer never produced any evidence. What then? If there is no evidence, it's definitely non-compliant, and then the SOC is not valid anymore. So is there, how do we, who is able to challenge that SOC? Is anyone allowed to challenge a SOC? And what's the process to resolve that non-compliance? We really have to figure that out. It's pretty easy for those who we accept it. If someone tells us it's non-compliant, we dig into that and we go there. And it's really easy to access the manufacturer as they are operators as well. So we just phone them, give them a call and say, oh, we're visiting you. We want to see everything. And if not, you're not flying anymore. But is that really working? If that manufacturer is selling to different operators, then we have to inform all the operators. Do we know all operators as an NAA? We are not responsible for operators in a different country. So unless the manufacturer, who's not in any way bound to us, tells us who he sold his drones to, there's no information. So we tried to address all those issues with the NAAs, and we are still working. And Tony, I will answer your questions right away. Give me a second. So what we are working in Europe and what we are figuring out the way we go down that road and making things possible is addressing the issue number one is we need something like a mandatory contract between the manufacturer and the operator that they provide regular updates, something like that. Or we need a single point or entity that collects these SOCs and make them publicly available. So then I can ask the operator, you have to go there once a week and check EM Hub homepage, whoever it is, if the SOC is still there and the manufacturer, if he noticed that he might be not compliant or someone found out he's non-compliant, he can withdraw his SOC, and there is one place where you can check that. Or the other way around. Maybe you have to call the manufacturer once a year and ask if his SOC is still valid or if he's still there. Different approaches, but I think something like that will be needed. For the second one we addressed is, I think we have to find one way or another to make manufacturers an entity so that they can declare directly to the responsible entity, and so that the manufacturer can hand in his statement of compliance to a single point and say, here it is, please publish it, please accept it, whatever. Doing that through different entities like the operator, and then there's always that problem with, if you hand it through multiple people, you're never talking to the one really responsible. Could be a similar responsibility as for the EID, that by country, not saying they need to have an EID or something like that, but EIDs are bound by country. So each NAA is only responsible for the operators that are registered in their country. Could be something similar for the manufacturers. And then as soon as you have something like that, I think the SOCs have to be included in a regular oversight program, some way or another. Not saying they all have to be checked or they all have to be revisited, but at least there should be the chance that you get picked and someone eventually will, dig into if there is evidence available or not. Or if it's challenged, at least if someone says, I believe they are not having any evidence at all, there should be someone responsible and check if that's the case. And for the third one, which was beautifully raised by David and his team, thanks a lot there, is, oh, sorry, that was, I will skip that. That's, those are just the visual demonstration. Issue number 3 is, in our opinion, everyone should be able to point out if a SOC is found to be non-compliant or invalid. Not only NAAs, also other manufacturers. I think aviation is about safety, and if there is safety in doubt, anyone should raise his hand and say, hey, look, there might be something in there. And then there should be one entity responsible, whoever that is, who digs into it and clarifies if the SOC is really incorrect, if there is evidence is non-compliant, and then maybe like with findings in the audit program, monitors the issue to be fixed or revokes the acceptance of the SOC. And who also knows who is to inform, because this information that a SOC is being not accepted anymore has to be transferred to all the operators that are using that statement of compliance in their daily operation. This could be done by one entity, whoever that might be. You're laughing. It's not obvious for the EASA to do that, because then we are having the SAIL 4 construct, which is not perfect either, right? So doing that on a state level has a lot of benefits, but at least the process on how we deal with those points can be moderated by EASA or by market surveillance or by the National Aviation Authority maybe. But I think there are a lot of good ideas out there, and as soon as we want to scale up the SAIL 3 operations, which we are about to do very soon, we will have those issues. So for now, everything is safe, everything is okay, because all the operators are also manufacturers. And as long as we have 2, 3, 4 operators with one manufacturer, we might be able to control that somehow. But that's not scalable in Europe. That's not possible to do for 100 operators operating with one manufacturer. So I would just ask to the audience, especially to the other NAAs, if there are additions or further ideas on how to address these issues, if you have any preferences or yeah, whatever. There's someone.
Ryan, from the Irish Aviation Authority. I think your idea on central repository or EAs or a list of where these compliance documents, certifications can be found. So it's not so easy for EASA. Not EASA, then
There are many ideas out there how to solve that.
The IAM hub seems done for the purpose, right? Is done for the purpose.
Yeah, the
And
IAM
so-
hub would be perfect to publish the SOCs, definitely, but that's only one part of the solution, right? Because just because they are published might be the solution for issue 1 with the operators who then can check if their SOC is still valid, or for the NAA to see if the SOC is still out there.
Yeah, to
But it's
share
not solving the
information, huh?
problem of oversight or yeah, accepting them.
Yeah, I think I read in your lines that one idea could be that, and correct me if I didn't understand correctly, that a possibility could be the manufacturer in one country could refer to the NAA of that country, of that state.
Would be nice. At least I think if the manufacturer could address directly the entity that is responsible, if that's EASA or the NAA, whoever that is. But right now, the manufacturer always has to go through another operator or become an operator himself. And I don't think that's a good way. But that's only my opinion.
Yeah, maybe if I may. So, I don't know if you saw during the first break, there was a picture that we showed asking you to register your drone on the database, because what you presented is exactly the problem that we saw with SORA. SORA at this moment is too much operator oriented, as I said before, while instead there are some responsibility of the manufacturer that we need to then identify. Now, this is also one of the reasons why, at least for SAIL 2, up to SAIL 2, the standard scenario, as I showed you this morning, we are going to use the market regulation, because then it's a very clear process. We know how to handle the manufacturer, how to make sure that all the information are made available, also how to make sure that in case there is an accident and we see that there was a technical problem, then responsibility goes on the manufacturer, doesn't go on the operator. When instead we are outside of the market, then applying only the SORA is a little bit needs to have room for improvement. When we are in SAIL 4 and higher, then we have a design verification report, or we have a type certificate issued by EASA. So also there, it's a little bit clearer. And this is why Giuseppe showed you in the first slide that next year we are going to develop an MPA, what we call the in-service framework, because we want to better identify how we can provide the right responsibility to the manufacturer and the relationship between the manufacturer and the operator. So this is something that will come in the future. So in the meantime, since one of the possibilities will be that we will have a central database with all the statement of compliance issued by the manufacturer, we believe we develop also this database on the Innovative Air Mobility Hub, where we allow manufacturer to register drone with a class mark and drones also with a declaration of conformity according to the SAIL 3, and then also design verification report. At this moment, we don't have any legal basis to do it. So this means that it's completely voluntary. We cannot force you to do it. Then we'll see if next year when we do the MPA, if in the future we can go. But at the moment, we cannot add, we just can try to facilitate the information. So this is why I was asking with that slide to have you registering your drone there. We are planning to introduce in the hub the same format of the declaration that now are in the MoC to be in the hub. So then when you go through the registration, automatically the system will prepare the declaration form, and that will be the only declaration you need to do. So, and then we need to discuss between now and when we're going to make the change in declaration, how then this information can be shared, because so still may happen that you have a drone that is not registered in the database, and or maybe there is a declaration of conformity that is not valid anymore, and then you are not going to update on the database. So we need to identify a good process that we make this database reliable. But this is only possible if we try to work together, so authorities and industry together. So it's a new domain. There are a lot of interesting approach. We are here really trying to simplify your life, but on the other side, we need to make sure that all the operations are safe, all the information are shared in the right way. So we need to have also your contribution. So let's start now in this voluntary process. Then we'll see also then how things will evolve. And then next year we will discuss how we can evolve. But then in the meantime, are very welcome this proposal by authorities. Thank you very much. And also other authorities. And then we have every 3 months meeting with authorities, with industry, and this we are going to discuss and coordinate with the full ecosystem, how we can make these things safe and clear.
Should we look at the questions?
Yeah, if you like, go ahead. And just to make one thing clear, EASA does a tremendous job in providing those MoCs and moderating those open questions. This is not criticizing anyone here. It's just a few things we are all working on and that haven't been solved completely because we just don't know what's the best way, right?
Yeah.
But we will figure that out eventually.
Now, I think Lino just answered to the first question. What happens with the concept of SOCs being stored and saved in the EASA EM hub?
Yeah.
We really intend to do that.
Yeah, and then this will be made available to the operators, and then the operator can download the certificate of compliance and then attach to their application, showing to the authority that. And then also because using the hub, we make sure that you don't make any mistake. So then you need to fill all the form, and then it's just a declaration. So we're not checking if what you wrote is correct. It's just that you don't forget to add some information.
The manufacturer of a UAS is supposed to build a UAS with another manufacturer parts. How is validated the SOC provided by this UAS parts manufacturer? Well, the top manufacturer has the responsibility of its UAS, and therefore, at the moment in which it signs a declaration of compliance, it must be convinced that it is compliant, and whatever information it needs to check to achieve on the parts utilized from subcontractor and needs to be obtained. Could the SOC, which has been accepted by one NAA, be published on the EASA website?
Probably, but then you have to decide if that's the way to go. If all NAAs accept that one NAA has accepted the SOC. So, and that question hasn't been solved yet. So, but if we agree to do that, I think it doesn't matter where it's been published, right?
The next question is on occurrences and what happens to drones that have been placed on the market without CE marking and are used for SAIL 3? In fact, for SAIL 3 doesn't have the CE marking. If an occurrence takes place, who is responsible? And this goes back again to the point of the in-service framework mentioned by, and the NPA mentioned by Giuseppe for the end of the next year, which among others should tackle the in-service frameworks. The core point of the in-service framework, it's my opinion, is the occurrence management and occurrence reporting, which if you go in the certified manned aircraft domain, is tackled by Part 21, and it's quite a wide frame, and the reporting is really among several actors, not just simply, you know, between the, let's say, the operator and the NAA. There is much more reporting in a well-integrated in-service framework. So we are going to tackle that.
It's not the C market, the C level, the C1, 2, 3. I'm talking about Commission European CE market.
Ah, CE. Ah, sorry, it's not the C. That is the CE. Without CE marking, meaning they should all have the CE marking.
But this is a thing that is happening.
This is illegal, but it's illegal. So all products that are sold in Europe must comply with the applicable CE.
The problem is,
then you cannot talk about here illegal.
Marta, 2 billion products enters our frontier every day. And so the customs in general, not talking just of drones, have huge problems in following up with all this.
That's not compliant.
So according,
I was in the past, and I have no CE.
So the responsibility is on the operator, is on the buyer. The buyer should never buy a drone, a product that is not compliant with. So if you see the 945, the operator has a responsibility to verify that the drone is accompanied by a declaration of conformity according to the class mark that it pertains to. So if you see the red directive is the same. So when you buy a product, you need to check that it has the declaration of conformity. I know I've never checked if my mobile phone has a declaration of conformity, even if then I found it, but legally it's the operator.
So it's my responsibility. How many manufacturers?
You should not buy. You should buy only products that are compliant with the market regulation.
The drone that we are on the road. Come on, we have some of the manufacturers today. We have problems.
So if there is a challenge from the manufacturer to comply with some of the CE marking regulations, so this will be a very important feedback that we need to know. Then we can see if we can help you. But so if the question is there are some issue with complying with some CE marking, and then let's work on it. Then we can discuss. If the question is that someone doesn't want to comply, then we cannot discuss.
But let's also pronounce CE, because then sometimes I hear C.
But in both cases, CE or class, so if you are talking about operation in standard scenario, open category, should be CE marking plus C mark, C1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If instead is in cell 3, I think also in cell 4, is a CE marking, red, and whatever is applicable, needs to be complied with.
As long as you don't have a type certificate, therefore in cell 3 and cell 4, you should have this CE. You must have the CE marking.
But I have not, as operator, to buy drones. This is the reality. Just a problem.
So for the next questions, could we as an NAA ask directly the designer and bypassing the operator? Actually, that's a nice idea, and I don't want to lie. From a practical point of view, we sometimes do that, but for a process, you need to have a legal basis, and there is no legal basis to directly assess the manufacturer itself. So technically, it always goes through the operator, and if both are fully cooperative, might be the case that to speed up things, sometimes we address questions directly, or we're having trilateral meetings. But Ryan, from just speaking from the process, it's always we ask the operator, could you ask the manufacturer to send us the evidence files? That's the process, at least we in Germany have established so far. So if an operator applies for a sales 3, the first thing is, are you manufacturer yourself, or is there a manufacturer behind? If there is a manufacturer behind and you already have all the SOCs, that's fine. But then the minimum we want to see for all the declarations that needs to have evidence available, we ask if we could see the evidence, just to make sure there is evidence, and then we can decide if we want to have a deeper look and check the evidence. But if there is no evidence available, we can just stop the process right there, right? Happened only once so far. So most of them are really mature and have way more evidence at hand than what is needed. But yeah, that's going back to the initial questions. If you're accepting statement of compliance, there needs to be some kind of oversight, which is planned in the future. Otherwise, the declarative approach doesn't make any sense and is not providing safety to the industry. And there was another question, if that can be done without any knowledge. At least so far, all the NAAs that have been working on SAIL 3 seems to have the knowledge and the experts at hand, which totally makes sense because almost all NAAs are working with general aviation on a day-to-day basis for many, many years. So there are experts for technical issues, there are experts for operational. All NAAs have some kind or another big airlines they are responsible for. So the knowledge and the expertise at the NAAs is there to figure out how to deal with those MoCs. Yeah.
Yes, and regarding the validity, okay, we had the idea that the IAM app should also carry out some kind of automatic check of the declaration a SOC is accurately compiled. But regarding if the validity there is referred to what is behind the declaration, it is the evidence, then it's always the same point. If you ask for the validity, the evidence, then if you're able to check the validity then of the evidence, then you have the certainty. Otherwise, you may accept the declaration, but as Tobias just said, for the moment, only NAAs which have competence are approving SAIL 3 operations, right?
They are all competent. So sooner or later, they all will do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like that one last question. What happens if the NAA and the manufacturer has granted a SAIL 3 authorization and tries to use the same SOC? This happens from time to time, and this happened before. And I can assure you, those are very unpleasant phone calls you are having between NAAs. If one NAA finds out that a SOC is non-compliant in one way or another, and it usually ends with an agreement, at least so far, and the issue with the SOC is then resolved by either fixing the issue or the acceptance of the SOC is withdrawn, as it happened before 2 times in Europe. That's all working right now, but this is not scalable on the way it is organized right now, because right now it's all based on we know each other and we have a lot of calls to figure that out. And it's always a first. There's no process that's been established to handle that in a documented way.
Sorry, regarding this point,
yeah,
can we rely upon the framework of the operation? I mean, I understand that the evidences are provided with specific NAA at the time that the initial operational authorization is issued. But once we establish a system for mutual trust, for the other operational authorization, it would accept the statement of compliance as a bundle along with the operational authorization, the frame of Article 13. Or you see so.
I think that depends on if the statement of compliance is just on a low robustness, where the statement of compliance is sufficient, or if the evidence is expected to be there, or if the authority decides if they want to check that. I don't think that the evidence has to be at the NAA at all times. I think the baseline is the manufacturer has the evidence at hand and provides that only if someone asks for it. But then again, who is able to ask for that? If there is no direct link between any NAA and a manufacturer, and can 2, 3, 4 NAAs ask for the same evidence? And that's just not efficient. And we are planning for the future. We want to have UAS, be a really growing market as it is with 2-digit growth rates. So
I understand your point.
Yeah.
At national level, what we did is that we asked in advance the supporting evidences.
Yeah.
And so obviously, if they didn't provide the supporting evidence, they would not get the operational authorization.
That's true. If they don't have supporting evidence and that's required, you can stop right there. On the other hand, maybe there is supporting evidence, but it's not sufficient. It really depends. Yeah. So I think there is some closing marks. So I don't want to be the guy who's.
We have another presentation. Thank you very much, Tobias. Super interesting. Thanks a lot. So I hope the last presentation is not going to be too heavy for the evening. Risk to be, but I'll try to make it lighter.
First one.
Yes, thank you very much. It is on mitigation means, which are in SORA quite important. So some introduction. Mitigation means, and the point is how to go from the IGRC to GRC, initial ground risk class or intrinsic, to final ground risk class. So the risk for the people on ground, because here now we're really talking a risk for people on ground, is represented by represented by an operation, is quantified in this ground risk class in the SORA. So the design of the UAS is one input to determine this ground risk class, this level of ground risk class. Why? Because the critical area, the crash area of the unmanned aircraft is one fundamental input. So the rationale at the basis of the SORA ground risk model is really that. The one main input is the critical area, the crash area. The other is the population density. Now, for simplicity and usability, the SORA in the main body, you see that we have an intrinsic ground risk class table that utilizes proxies for the critical area. You see this characteristic dimension coupled with the maximum cruise speed. But the real determinant behind those proxies is the crash area. So behind there is the crash area, and then the SORA provided the simplified table there. On the right, in fact, you see the critical area, the nominal critical area associated by Annex F of the SORA with those dimensions, 1, 3, 8, 20, and 40 meter of characteristic dimension in square meters. Now, this initial ground risk class, the number that you see in that table, can be lower using the mitigation M1 and M2 of the SORA, so-called. And this is the table taken from our last decision, which is the JARO SORA 2.5 table. And you see the mitigation for ground risk listed. M1 is the sheltering, people under shelter. Lennon mentioned it before today. Then there are strategic mitigation regarding operational restriction. You fly only, for example, in certain time of the day or in the night when it is confirmed that the density of population is lower or a certain trajectory. Then there is a tactical mitigation on ground observation. If you're able, if you are in visual line of sight, you may be able to observe and therefore to lower the risk for ground. But what we're speaking about today is the M2, which is effects of unmanned aircraft impacts dynamics are reduced. This is the terminology of the SORA. And you see that it can provide you in the medium robustness a -1 point, and in the high a -2 points. So you take out this point from the intrinsic and you obtain the final ground risk class. Now, M2 mitigation reduce the effect of ground impact once the control of the operation is lost, and this is wording of the SORA, is done by reducing the probability of lethality of the unmanned aircraft impact, energy impulse transfer, energy dynamics, and or reducing the size of the critical area. Because in both cases, if you reduce the lethality, meaning if the unmanned aircraft hits somebody, but there are low probability, I simplify, that this conduces to a lethal impact, then you're reducing the ground risk for people, But also, if you're able to reduce the critical area, the crash area, you're reducing the risk as well. Examples: parachute, auto-rotation, frangibility. So, and the UAS designer are those that should demonstrate EM2, with EM2, that they require total amount of reduction. And there you see what is taken from the SORA regarding the total amount of reduction. -1 means then this effect must be reduced such that the risk to the population is reduced by an approximate 1 order of magnitude, 90%. But if you want -2 points, you have to reach 99% about, which is challenging, very challenging. Now, what is the process, first of all, to obtain this -1 or -2? For -1, medium robustness, we have a means of compliance, M2, so-called also 2512. 2512 refers to the number of the requirement of special condition like UAS, which reflects this aspect. You need to establish the compliance with this means of compliance, and then compile and issue the declaration for statement of compliance. Those are the links. If you go to the links, you find the means of compliance and the forms. Now, I should point out that the current declaration form does not allow to declare compliance with the core of the means of compliance, which is chapter 2, if you know the means of compliance, but only with the 4 prescriptive examples that are in chapter 3. This was decided after a debate in their working task force or at the tab, and with the, let's say, promise that the plan that the means of compliance would have been updated and the core of the means of compliance would have been updated and made more clear, more prescriptive, such that declaration could be trusted also on the core of the means of compliance. This has not yet been done. And then there is higher robustness, -2 points. Here, the DVR is necessary. And the means of compliance is not published, is not adopted. Should be proposed by the applicant in the frame of the DVR. And we consulted actually a means of compliance for high robustness some time ago. And in fact, but we didn't adopt it eventually because the discussion was controversial also on the possibility, real possibility to achieve a 99%. But the route of the DVR is still open. So the structure of this means of compliance for medium, which is the one adopted. First of all, we have a conceptual clarification of the safety objective with the transposition in formulas. Then we have the core, so-called means of compliance, and then the 4 examples of application. We define conceptually 3 types. Type 1, purely based on critical area. Type 2, based on lethality. Type 3, mixed. The one based on critical area, this is the table that I showed before, in formulas, in simple formula, says that the critical area that is claimed, so the one after the application of the mitigation means, divided by the nominal critical area should be less than 0.1. Now, to make an example, if you take an America with 3.2 meter of dimension, you have to fit it according to the logic of the SORA in the 8-meter column because it overcomes the 3-meter columns. So it's nominally associated to this critical area of 650 square meter, as you see from the table. But if you are able to demonstrate that the applying the mitigation means the critical area is actually 65 or less, then you get the 1 point. The second is lethality, which is defined as the probability of causing a fatal injury by the unmanned aircraft at the impact of a person, having applied the mitigation means. So if the lethality is less than 0.1, meaning that this probability is 10% or less, then 1 point can be granted. But then you can mix the two ways. And the little formula is that if lethality, defined as above, multiplied by claim critical area divided by the nominal critical area is less than 0.1, then again it's okay. This is a conceptual definition that we provide in the MISA compliance. Now, regarding lethality, the discussion is not easy at all. So the need to quantify the probability of lethality would require a precise definition of what is lethal and what is not actually. So behind a certain severity, an injury could be considered always lethal, you know. It's not that someone has to pass has to die, sorry, to consider it lethal. An injury which causes an impairment for life, is it not to be considered lethal? Most probably, yes. Now, automotive standards are informed regarding this and refer to this AIS, abbreviated injury scale. On the right, you see the meaning of this injury scale, which goes from 1 to 6, from minor to fatal. And some examples, which I will not go through, but you see that for even if it's not fatal, a severe 4, as defined by the scale, is quite bad already, right? I don't need to read it. Now, those on the left is text taken from the MISA compliance regarding lethality. So we refer to the ASTM standard 3389 methodologies that could be proposed to reach this threshold of 90%. Then there is the second one, which demonstrates that impact with the person in the most critical condition results at most in 30% probability of IAS 3s plus injuries. There is a logic behind that. It's not certainly possible now to explain it, but it's the logic is uses the diagram that is reported below regarding the survival probability depending on the IIS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and an assumption of uniform distribution. Then there is ensure a maximum impact energy of 175 joules, and then ensure a maximum transfer energy of less than 80 joules in an impact with the person. This is taken from our regulation, by the way. Now, we had the ambitious intent of creating a tool for automatic assessment of the reduction of risk. We aimed it at M2 high robustness, to have some gate, you know, to be passed quickly, to be admitted, so to say, to a DVR for M2 high robustness. So we explored a different approach, not the 30% CL3, but based on a clear cut, accepting injuries up to AIS 3 and rejecting those of IAS 4 or more. And therefore, the philosophy would be that 99% would have to be of IIS 3 or less for a high, or 90% for if you apply the same rationale for the medium. This rationale is based, the construct, let's say, is based on scientific paper, but then, in fact, this tool that we have built, in fact, utilizes the neck injury criterion, because the neck is actually the most delicate part at the moment in which a drone hits the head of a person. And we utilize this assumption of hitting the head, not other parts of the body, as an assumption that we agreed within the airworthiness task force. The tool derives the probability of IIS 4 or plus as a function of this neck injury NIJ, which is a number eventually, but also provides us a conservative and simple way, but conservative, to calculate the NIJ as a function of the drone kinetic energy at impact. Now, this is all our constant elaboration. We may consult the high-level rationale at the basis of the tool. The advantage would be that the tool could be used also to better adapt the means of compliance that we have, because you know, you can put any number there. The example of the means of compliance medium robust are, for example, quite rigid. So it's easily you don't fit in the example. But if you would have a tool to interpolate those points based on this rationale, then and if you would publish the interface of the tool, for, as we did for the critical area, then one could go there, input the data, and get the feedback, you know, something like that. Now, we could do that, but also we have to correct some errors in the means of compliance. First of all, the fact that if you look at the means of compliance, it has wrong critical area in the table. Why? Because we adopted this means of compliance before the SORA 2.5 was adopted, and in the late stages of the SORA 2.5, the critical area were changed. This is all. Do we have time to take a couple of questions? Yeah. So, are you aware that high parachute descent speeds are promoted by the current means of compliance 2512 equation? Is that really intended to have falling drones from the sky, or rather coming down slowly? Yeah. The fact is that a parachute, you need to consider the wind, and at the moment, as the comment says, that you have higher speed of descent, then the wind leads to have less effect in having a large critical area, and therefore, if you have a higher speed of descent, the critical area is restricted. Nevertheless, the parachute itself may not be such in fact, a great idea to reduce the critical area itself. The parachute for drones with a limited dimension could be used for lethality, to decrease the lethality to have a mixed, you know, the type 3, the mixed lethality and critical area. But yes, the numbers for the pure critical area are those that at the moment in which you tend to have more of a vertical crash, then the critical area tends to be smaller than a crash that is with a small incident angle. So we are aware. Is means of compliance M1C only for V loss? M1C, I don't understand exactly what it is. Huh? Ah, yeah, the ground. So we are not talking of the M2 here. Yeah, we are talking in fact of M1. Yes, it's for V loss. Yes, it's only for it. If I am not wrong, right?
Yeah. So we are having a discussion also in JARUS if there may be some technical solution, like a camera that may allow operator to assess the population density of the area that are overflown. So maybe potentially yes, maybe also then used for BVLOS, but we need to see this kind of system when they will be reliable. So if you saw in the presentation I provided this morning, I said that for standard scenario, so even if this is, we know that it may be a possibility in the future, for standard scenario will not be acceptable because we don't have yet a way, standardized way, how you can have a reliable system that will detect the presence of people in the area where you are operating. So in the future, yes, but we still need to work on it.
Okay, thank you. We need a simple correlation, lethality versus kinetic energy or momentum. Everything else are endless discussion lead to anything. I tend to agree, because at the moment in which you disperse yourself in scientific discussion and paper on paper, then it's really endless. And in fact, this is what we wanted to provide, a simple correlation, lethality versus kinetic energy. And the tool does in fact that. And this is why we want really to utilize the tool and adapt it to M2. The only thing is, in fact, time availability and resources availability is that, because we need to do this, we need to do that. And then, of course, we need our time. Marco.
If there is a proposal for such relationship,
the proposal is the tool. We have it in the tool already. We just need to consult the tool and the rationale at the basis. But we still didn't manage to do that, right? We are saying we consult the tool since quite a long time, but we didn't have time to put together the material, actually, because it has to be a comprehensible material for consultation. Has there been an example of high robustness for M2 being accepted within a SAIL 3 DVR, let's say? This is a question for Stefan, but yes, we issued at least one DVR, right, Stefan, on M2 high.
Yeah, we issued DVR for M2 high mainly based on the characteristics of the drone, lethality, and there are some very small drones that are accepted. I'm not sure it's for SAIL 3. That I would need to confirm.
Could you please explain the relationship between the use of gyros and XF to calculate a tailored IGRC table, based on the actual UAS critical area calculation versus the use of M2 based on critical area calculation? So these are different steps in the SORA. If you just, for example, use our tool, the tool that we have published to calculate the critical area, this is done in the step 2 of the SORA. This is not mitigation. This is a re-evaluation or evaluation of the critical area, going beyond what the table says, right? Then at the later step, you use the mitigation. But in fact, at the moment you use mitigation and you have already used the decrease, the possible decrease in the step 2, then you have to make reference, of course, to the decrease of critical area already and start from there. So it will be, of course, even more challenging. Do you intend to take avoidability into account? People are more likely to avoid the slowly descending drone under parachute than air. Yes, this is a good question. You know, we also consider siren. Yeah, this is the right terminology. In the past, yeah, a drone with descents with a parachute, it's quite slow. People may avoid it. If it has it emits a sounds, then people can hear it, people can go away. Then there have been discussion regarding, yes, but this is hardly quantifiable, and there are also people which may not go away, like children, like people who actually cannot really walk and move. And then one can say, yes, but statistically, but just to say it is a difficult discussion. And perhaps I could stop here taking questions, and I could pass it over to Dan to close the day.
Thank you, Antonio. So I think in the interest of time, clearly we have a long seated session now, and I see some colleagues in the back already standing, probably being warned by their Apple Watches. Maybe I'll just keep it short. So I think first and foremost, I'd like to thank the EASA team, our LBA colleague, and you as the audience also for the good exchanges. Clearly there were, and of course we hope also that the information provided was informative for you. We might be able to do a bit of a survey tomorrow also for future purposes to fine tune and also to collect maybe further inputs for further topics that might be interesting. We can do that tomorrow maybe. So as was mentioned several times today, the questions that we received, of course, we try to answer all of them. At some point we have to stop because also the likes of Antonio will be a bit tired after today. So in the end, what we endeavor to do is to try to get responses to those questions in the coming days. And I saw already in Slido itself, you can see that some of the questions had already a response to it. So that's really nice to see. For tomorrow is going to be a hotter day than today, 31 degrees I just saw, and I think the rest of the 10 days coming, it's all going to be above 30 degrees, so that's happy days for us. The good thing as well is that tomorrow we start very early at 8:30, which means that you ideally are here already seated at 8:30, because I'm told again it's a packed day tomorrow. And I think the EASA building is already open from 7 in the morning. So, I mean, if you want, you can be a bit earlier. I would say 8:15 or so. And then we continue with the good discussions. And for sure, I took a lot of information, food for thought, that super interesting, and ideas that we can bring going forward to improve areas such as the IM Hub, but also our MoCs. So with that, I would like to wish you an enjoyable evening in Cologne and a good stay wherever that is. And we see you nice and fresh in the morning. Thank you very much.